Chapter 146, Three Views Destroyed. This. Ning Chuan's simple words directly left Liu Erlong speechless. She subconsciously looked at Flender, hoping he could refute Ning Chuan for her. But how would Flender know how to refute? Ning Chuan continued, besides that, one also needs to consider the strength of the spirit beast's bloodline. Similarly, a 100-year spirit beast, a 100-year titan giant ape, can contend with a 10,000-year spirit beast, but a 100-year spotted cat is just the most ordinary 100-year spirit beast. Can you compare a person who can only absorb a 400-year ordinary spirit ring, absorbing a 400-year spotted cat spirit ring, with absorbing a 400-year titan giant ape spirit ring? As for Yu Xiaogang's so-called spirit ring absorption limit, if you have friends in Spirit Hall, I suggest you let him check the Spirit Hall library to see if those data I just mentioned align with Spirit Hall's highest recorded spirit ring absorption records. Hearing this, Liu Erlong and Flender only then recalled that Yu Xiaogang had stayed in Spirit Hall for a period of time. Could Xiaogang's theories really be plagiarized? Flender didn't want Liu Erlong to be sad because of this, so he tried to defend Yu Xiaogang, skipping the previous topic. What about the fourth point? Innate spirit power is directly proportional to the spirit's strength. The higher the innate spirit power, the stronger the spirit. If it's inversely proportional, then there must be an even more powerful spirit, which is twin spirits. As he said this, Flender's face showed an even more confident smile than Liu Erlong's earlier. Because Tang San's spirits were one strong and one weak twin spirits. One was blue-silver grass, and the other was the world's #1 tool spirit, Clear Sky Hammer. His old friend, Yu Xiaogang, had relied on this to discern that Tang San possessed twin spirits. Ning Chuan shook his head and said, "Wrong again. The first part, innate spirit power is directly proportional to the spirit's strength, is indeed not a problem. The higher the innate spirit power, the stronger the spirit, is also barely acceptable. But the latter part, if it's inversely proportional, then there must be an even more powerful spirit, which is twin spirits, is purely superfluous. Because the prerequisite for the birth of twin spirits is that the two spirits must be of similar quality. Just like Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff's two great spirits, Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Eating Spider Emperor." Then Tang San. Before Flender could finish speaking, Ning Chuan interrupted him. "Are you trying to ask how Tang San's twin spirits are explained? One is blue-silver grass, and the other is clear sky hammer. Since the man-faced demon spider has the man-faced demon spider emperor, don't you know that, above blue-silver grass, there are also the blue-silver king and blue-silver emperor spirits? You don't even need to think to know that Tang San's blue-silver grass is not ordinary blue-silver grass. After all, being able to cultivate blue-silver grass to such an extent, even with a misguided cultivation path, if he had absorbed life attribute and would attribute spirit rings, according to the correct path, his blue-silver grass might have already evolved to its original form. Why would it be like this now, reduced to an inferior spirit with dark skin and diarrhea every other day? After listening to Ning Chuan's words, Louise, Yi Lingling, Zhuking, and Rongrong exchanged glances, clearly not expecting that Tang San also possessed twin spirits. However, one of these twin spirits had already been ruined by Yu Xiaogang's teaching. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Next, Flender and Liu Erlong successively listed the remaining 10 core competitive theories of Yu Xiaogang's spirit. The result was, without a doubt, all refuted by Ning Chuan. This gave the two a feeling that their worldview had been completely shattered. After all, suddenly overturning existing knowledge and making someone realize that their previous understanding was all wrong. Yu Xiaogang was not the invincible Grandmaster of theory in their hearts, but merely a clown who relied on plagiarism and wild fantasies to become a theoretical grandmaster, a misleading charlatan. Finally, Ning Chuan said, "As far as I know, the Golden Triangle's killing corner spirit back then was a fire dragon, a mutated spirit of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. You might as well use your waterlogged brain to think carefully. Both are disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, but Yu Xiaogang didn't recognize your spirit. If he truly didn't know, then that's fine. It just means he's stupid, not smart enough. If he knew all along but pretended not to know, then that's interesting." "No, this isn't true. You must be lying to me." Liu Erlong seemed unable to accept this fact. Her eyes reddened, and she ran off crying. Liu Erlong, Flender, worried that Liu Erlong might do something rash, also quickly followed her. Just then, a leisurely and pleasant male voice sounded, so that Grandmaster's theories were plagiarized and full of loopholes. However, I never expected that the son of the clear sky Douluo would actually have twin spirits. Greetings, Crown Prince. Mona, Shimo, Yu Feng, and other former Royal Fight Team members bowed in unison. Kaian Rengsu came alone, walking slowly towards their direction. He was still as handsome, his gentle demeanor unchanged. But only Ning Chuan knew how pleased Kaian Rengsu was at this moment, after hearing him render Yu Xiaogang utterly useless. In fact, she would probably have someone compile all of Yu Xiaogang's messy affairs and then inform Bibai Dong, so that she could see just how worthless the waste she had cherished for so many years truly was. In fact, Kaian Rengsu was indeed thinking that way. Originally, she had just come to implement her plan, to recruit Ning Chuan for her own use, and then to properly discipline him to avenge the 2 previous instances of teasing. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon such juicy gossip. "Snow brother, why are you here?" Ning Chuan instinctively wanted to go up and give Kaian Rengsu a bear hug. But Kaian Rengsu, who had suffered twice, sidestepped to dodge him. However, how could Ning Chuan's bear hug be so easily avoided? In terms of cultivation, he might not be as strong as the current Kaian Rengsu. But in close quarters combat, he could utterly defeat Kaian Rengsu by a long shot. As he sidestepped to avoid the bear hug, Ning Chuan had already turned his body. Kaian Rengsu was slightly startled, but dared not expose too much of her strength, so she could only try her best to dodge. But she found that no matter what, she couldn't shake off Ning Chuan's entanglement. Finally, just like the previous 2 times, she was caught in a bear hug by Ning Chuan, who then wrapped his arm around her fair neck. In the VIP section, Emperor Zhu Yi saw this scene, a faint smile appearing on his face, and said to Ning Fengjai, "Schoolmaster Ning, it seems that King's relationship with Ning Chuan is even better than we imagined." Ning Fengjai smiled and nodded, while also not forgetting to observe Sarah's reaction. However, the latter never once looked at Ning Chuan again from beginning to end, which made him feel a little surprised. Did he see Ning Chuan and King's relationship was too good and give up on recruiting him? It seemed so, although he didn't think Ning Chuan would join Spirit Hall. But if Spirit Hall could give up on recruiting him, that would naturally be for the best. "Ning Chuan, this is the Crown Prince. Don't be rude." Mona reminded him chapter 147, "The Crown Prince is teased every day." "Mona, Snow Brother and I are sworn brothers. It's fine. Am I right, Snow Brother?" As he spoke, Ning Chuan hugged Kaian Rengsu even tighter, almost pressing her face against his own. This little bastard, has his spiritual perception become this keen already? Kaian Rengsu was furious internally, wishing she could beat Ning Chuan senseless, but on the surface, she dared not show the slightest hint of it. She forced a faint smile and echoed, "Ning Chuan is right. Mona, please don't mind." "However, Ning Chuan, we are brothers, but this is the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. so we still need to pay attention to appearances. As she spoke, Kaian Rengsu took the opportunity to escape Ning Chuan's clutches. Ning Chuan pouted, not caring, and casually asked, "Snow brother, are you looking for me for something? If you have something to say, just tell me. With our relationship, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help you accomplish it." As he spoke, Ning Chuan lightly punched Kaian Rengsu's chest with a clenched fist. He truly didn't miss a single chance to take advantage of Kaian Rengsu. This scoundrel is taking advantage of me again. Doesn't he know what places he should or shouldn't touch? At this moment, Kaian Rengsu's exquisite face under the mask was already approaching crimson. She worried that if she stayed any longer, she might not be able to resist releasing her fifth spirit ability, Sacred Sword, and chopping this scoundrel to death. She took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that we've known each other as brothers for so long, and I, as the elder brother, haven't properly entertained you. After the preliminary rounds conclude, I would like to invite you to the prince's residence as a guest and introduce you to a friend. Ning Chuan, you wouldn't refuse your elder brother's kind offer, would you?" "It's probably you who is that friend." Ning Chuan rolled his eyes internally, but on the surface he looked very bold. "What did I think it was? I will definitely visit then." "Let's see how I'll deal with you then." Seeing Ning Chuan agree, Kaian Rengsu finally showed a satisfied smile. "Oh, by the way, Ning Chuan, you just mentioned that the clear sky Douluo's son possesses twin spirits. What exactly happened?" Upon hearing this, the others in the new royal fight team were also full of curiosity. "It's nothing much. It's just that the clear sky Douluo found me through Uncle Ning the other day, wanting me to help solve the side effects of his son's spirit." As he spoke, Ning Chuan did not hide anything, truthfully recounting how Tang Hao found him, and then how Ning Fengzhai helped him resolve the conflict between the two parties. After listening to Ning Chuan's words, Ning Rongrong immediately spoke up to vent her frustration for Ning Chuan. "Wow, this Tang Hao is too overbearing." It was clearly Tang San himself who mistakenly trusted that swindler Grandmaster and had a dispute with you. In the end, that Tang Hao actually blamed you. After you offered a solution, he self-righteously thought that their grievances were cancelled out, without even a word of thanks. Can a titled Douluo really distort right and wrong and do whatever they please? And what's wrong with my father? How could he let Tang Hao bully you like this? It's too much. No, after the competition ends, I must go find them. Louise, Zhu Zhuking, and Yilingaling all looked very upset. Ning Chuan said earnestly, "All right, don't take it too much to heart, especially Rongrong. Tang San's father is, after all, a titled Douluo. Compared to Poison Douluo and Dugu Yan, Uncle Ning being able to mediate for me is already very fortunate. After all, at the end of the day, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If I'm weak, I deserve to be bullied. This is a very simple truth." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a brief silence. Kaian Rengsu, however, looked at him with considerable surprise, having originally thought that Ning Chuan would become arrogant after showcasing extraordinary talent and strength in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Unexpectedly, this little pervert was surprisingly clear-headed. That Tang San, however, was quite interesting. He was clearly a twin spirit's genius, but he was forcefully taught into a useless person by Yu Xiaogang, that fraud who deceived the world, and even prematurely cultivated his second spirit. Now, his first spirit is basically in a semi-crippled state. Even if he manages to cultivate his second spirit in the future, the threat will be much smaller. Most importantly, it's still uncertain whether this ugly thing can even survive until the end of the Soul Master competition. Happy times are always short-lived. After a brief exchange with Ning Chuan, Kaian Rengsu, who had little interest in this Soul Master competition, left. Ning Chuan also re-entered his cultivation state and began cultivating mysterious heaven skill. The task of gathering information was left to Louise. Even for some areas she didn't notice, for Ning Chuan, a transmigrator with a god's eye view, it was effortless. He only needed to do the work of checking for omissions and making up for deficiencies. Just like that, a day of competition quickly passed. Under the efforts of Zhu Zhuking, the Shi brothers, Yu Feng, Oslo, and Huang Jie, the Lost Academy, which didn't even have a single spirit ancestor, was defeated almost without exception. The most outstanding performer in this battle was undoubtedly Zhu Zhuking. Without even using the martial arts from the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, she instantly resolved 2 attack system spirit elders from the opposing side with just her first spirit ability, Hell Rush Stab, and second spirit ability, Netherworld 100 Claws. Her exceptional speed and control over her spirit abilities directly shocked everyone present. Even Emperor Zhu Yi, Ning Fengzhai, and Sarah's, who were seated in the VIP section, were greatly surprised by Zhu Zhuking's strength. This little girl named Zhu Zhuking is probably among the strongest participants here, apart from Ning Chuan. However, her spirit seems to be the inherited spirit of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi sighed with emotion. Ning Fengzhai chuckled. "Yes, Your Majesty. This Zhuking was originally the fiancé of Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, but she was unwilling to succumb to fate. After falling in love with Ning Chuan, she resolutely chose to defy her own destiny." As he spoke, Ning Fengzhai recounted how Ning Chuan and Zhu Zhuking fell in love at Shrek. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhu Yi was overjoyed. This was clearly the Star Luo Empire delivering talent to their Heaven Du Empire. In his view, given Ning Chuan's relationship with his eldest son, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become another titled Douluo Guest Elder for the Heaven Du Empire, following Dugu Bo. It was even possible for him to become a more intimate offering. And as Ning Chuan's lover, Zhu Zhuking would certainly join the Heaven Du Empire with Ning Chuan in the future. All they needed to do was provide appropriate protection to Ning Chuan and Zhu Zhuking when they were weak. This was clearly a profitable deal with no losses. Therefore, he immediately ordered Education Committee, if the Star Luo Empire comes to cause trouble for Ning Chuan and this Zhuking, just drive them away directly, don't be polite. In addition, tell the Crown Prince to send more personnel to prevent people from the Star Luo Empire from causing trouble during the Soul Master competition. Chapter 148, It's Finally Here.
Yes.
As Emperor Zhu Yi issued his command, Shrek's side had already exploded into a frenzy. Due to Thespraying incident the day before, Shrek had not been targeted by Sarah's, and their opponent was merely a team slightly stronger than Blue Tyrant Academy. They easily secured victory. But at this moment, everyone was unable to feel happy. That bitch's strength has actually reached such a level. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot. He had originally thought that Zhu Zhuking had only surpassed him in spirit power, and that if it were one-on-one, he still had a good chance of winning, but from the strength Zhu Zhuking had just displayed. He seemed to see Ning Chuan's shadow. She had not only perfectly mastered her first 2 spirit abilities, but also applied them to her normal attacks. She could not only perform high-speed, turning displacements through Hell Rush Stab, but also release claw-like attacks similar to Netherworld 100 Claws without relying on spirit rings. It was truly an eye-opener. "Boss Dai, if you were to face her, do you have confidence?" Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. After Thespraying incident the day before, he wavered again, already regretting siding with Tang San. Otherwise, he might have been able to go out and train with Ning Chuan and break through to Spirit Ancestor together. "She's just surpassed me in spirit power, that's all. No matter how powerful she is, she's still just an agility attack system spirit master. As long as she can't break through the defense of my white tiger Vajra transformation, victory will ultimately be mine. If I face her, I will definitely make her regret it for the rest of her life. Even at this moment, Dai Mubai still did not believe that he would be the one to lose. Meanwhile, in the Kanghui Academy resting area, the team members, dressed in the moon-white uniforms of Kanghui Academy, had gloomy expressions in their eyes. They never expected the two teams from Heavendu Royal Academy to be so powerful. The new Royal Fight Team was one thing, as they were the main team of Heavendu Royal Academy. But they hadn't expected Shrek, this feces-spraying team that had been practically expelled from Heavendu Royal Academy, to be so strong. In contrast, whether their Kanghui Academy could even make it to the promotion rounds and the finals was a question. This was only because they had the 7-in-1 fusion technique, researched by their spirit saint teacher, Shinayan. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a glimmer of hope of making it to the promotion rounds and the finals. And it would be one thing if they just lost. The worst part was the fear of being crippled and then sprayed with feces by the Shrek team, like Blue Tyrant Academy, which was what they found most unacceptable. After all, they now had a deep-seated grudge with the Shrek team. Not to mention the even stronger new Royal Fight team, with whom they also had existing grudges. Inside Kanghui Academy, a student familiar with Shinayan looked at him worriedly. "Teacher, what should we do?" Shinayan stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at his students. "You don't need to worry about the new Royal Fight team for now. If you encounter them, you just need to forfeit. As for the Shrek team, I will handle them myself." He didn't believe that Shrek students would always stay together. As for the new Royal Fight team, the backgrounds of those people seemed to be more intimidating than the last. They were not to be provoked. He would see then. At the same time, Ning Chuan also glanced at Shinayan, beginning to ponder how to fish out the spirit bone from him. Days of competition passed like this. Shinayan kept searching for an opportunity in secret. However, due to Ning Chuan's earlier reminder, all the members of the Shrek team, including Tang San, traveled in groups, preventing Shinayan from making a move. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, almost every day after his cultivation, would leave the Great Spirit Arena half an hour early, which made Shinayan's heart itch. Several times, he almost couldn't resist making a move. Seeing that Shinayan was still inactive, Ning Chuan was somewhat speechless, considering whether to let Lu Jiansheng make a move. After all, Ning Rongrong's illusion skull spirit bone couldn't stay on Shinayan's body forever. On this day, after Ning Chuan finished his cultivation, he left the Great Spirit Arena half an hour early as usual. As he walked towards his residence, Ning Chuan suddenly felt a strange sensation. Although it was morning and the sun was bright, he felt a chill. His steps involuntarily slowed, and his heart filled with joy thinking as he finally arrived, Shinayan. Feigning complete unawareness, Ning Chuan continued walking, making sure he was out of Heavendu City. Only then did he stop. "Come out, there's no need to hide." As his words fell, the surrounding streetscape suddenly vanished, as if covered by a thin veil. The usual sounds of the street also abruptly became silent. A figure dressed in a moon-white robe gradually became clear 10 meters in front of Ning Chuan. Who else could it be but Shinayan? As expected of the youngest spirit ancestor in the Spirit Master's world, your perception is indeed keen, but unfortunately, you still have to die. Ning Chuan said calmly, "Is it just for the so-called promotion spots in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament?" As he spoke, Ning Chuan released his azure bamboo bee cloud sword, and his second spirit ring lit up. A sword shield, imbued with evil-warding divine lightning, appeared around his body. At the same time, he didn't forget to activate his purple demon eye to observe. Shinayan snorted coldly. Indeed. You can only blame yourself for being too outstanding and too arrogant. Originally, my target was Shrek, but even that group of feces people from Shrek knew to travel together, yet you have shown no caution from beginning to end. You can only blame your own bitter fate. I'm afraid it's more than just that. Ning Chuan raised a hand and pointed at Shinayan. Your excited expression has already given you away. In Ning Chuan's line of sight, Shinayan had already revealed a bizarre smile, like that of One Punch Man's Sonic the Speedo sound when he first encountered Saitama. Shinayan laughed heartily. Have you already noticed? But it doesn't matter. I'm indeed not just doing this for Kanghui Academy to advance in the Soul Master competition, because my greatest pleasure in life is watching my opponents go mad in my lingering dream until they die. I'm about to see the most outstanding genius spirit master since the start of the Soul Master competition die before me. I'm already incredibly excited, but don't worry, as a special courtesy, I will. Before he could finish his words, the azure bamboo bee cloud sword in Ning Chuan's hand had already flown out, reaching Shinayan's chest in the blink of an eye. Amidst flashing light and shadow, the azure bamboo bee cloud sword disappeared in a flash without a single drop of blood. It vanished as if into thin air, not even emitting a trace of life force. However, a faint smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Shinayan was first greatly startled by the speed of Ning Chuan's flying sword, then a smile returned to his face. What was that just now? Is it a self-created spirit ability? That was truly a close call. If I had appeared in front of you head-on without any defense, I'm afraid I would have been killed by now. But unfortunately, within my lingering dream spirit, I am the absolute master. Let alone you, who aren't even a spirit king, even a spirit saint of the same rank as me cannot break free from my lingering dream. That's not necessarily true, Ning Chuan said, and his fourth spirit ring suddenly lit up.
Crack.
The next moment, the azure bamboo bee cloud sword, which had just passed through Shinayan's body, suddenly exploded with a crackling sound. Pale golden electric arcs began to spread, centered around the azure bamboo bee cloud sword. Chapter 149. Jade Little Anus becomes a beggar. Not good. Shinayan, in reality, was startled and hastily retreated. He had witnessed the power of Ning Chuan's 10,000-year spirit ability. It was terrifyingly immense, and as a mental-type spirit saint, he didn't believe his defense could compare to the 7 meat mountains of Elephant Armor Academy. Of course, as long as he didn't touch the faint golden electric arc, it would be fine, as its attack range was only 10 meters.
Can you escape?
But as soon as he retreated, Ning Chuan seemed to see through his true body, looking at him with eyes full of purple light. At the same time, 4 golden-green rays of light flew towards him. Shinayan was currently suspended in midair, and Ning Chuan's sudden flying swords startled him again. However, he was a spirit saint after all. After stabilizing himself, he used his agile posture to dodge Ning Chuan's flying swords. But he didn't know that Ning Chuan's flying swords were controlled by mental force. After the 4 azure bamboo bee cloud swords made a turn in the air, they directly attacked him from the front, back, left, and right. Shinayan only felt 4 golden-green rays of light flash before his eyes, arriving in an instant. He only had time to retreat, barely dodging 1 golden-green ray of light coming from the front, but was hit by the other 3 golden-green rays of light, pinning him down. He looked at the golden-green ray of light he had just retreated from, and then at the other 3 embedded in his body. Only at this moment did he realize that the golden-green light was actually a azure bamboo bee cloud sword, identical to the one Ning Chuan had held earlier, with faint golden electric arcs covering its surface. Let me tell you one last secret. It wasn't you who targeted me, but I who targeted you. No, to be precise, I targeted your illusion head bone. Ning Chuan's voice came from in front of Shinayan, and he lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand. No. At this moment, Shinayan was already paralyzed and unable to move by the faint, golden electric arcs contained within the azure bamboo bee cloud swords. In his terrified gaze, the faint golden lightning arcs covering the 4 flying swords interconnected, directly blasting Shinayan into oblivion, leaving no bones behind. Only a spirit tool and a colorful head spirit bone remained, including the azure bamboo bee cloud sword that Ning Chuan had used earlier for his 4th spirit ability, Thunder Devour. A total of 5 flying swords whose evil-warding divine lightning had been used up rapidly shrunk, transforming into streaks of green light that disappeared into Ning Chuan's body. He raised his hands, and controlling crane catching dragon was unleashed, causing Shinayan's spirit tool and colorful head spirit bone to fall into his hands. Ning Chuan didn't even glance at the illusion head bone, directly storing it in his storage spirit tool. Immediately after, he opened Shinayan's spirit tool and quickly found the cultivation method for the 7-in-1 fusion technique inside. This Shinayan could be considered a prodigy, but it's a pity he didn't understand the saying, if you always walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Putting away Shinayan's notes, Ning Chuan also put away his spirit tool. It was fortunate that Shinayan's spirit tool was a ring, making it easy to carry. Otherwise, it would have been fed to devouring gold bugs. After all, a spirit tool cannot be stored inside another spirit tool. If not for this, he wouldn't have been so wasteful earlier. After dealing with Shinayan, the illusion automatically dissolved, and the surrounding scenery shifted, becoming a forest. Ning Chuan knew that Shinayan had brought him to a small forest outside Heavendew City. He looked around, confirmed no one was present, and then left. The small forest was not far from Heavendew City. Soon, Ning Chuan saw the tall city gate tower. At the entrance, hundreds of fully armed Heavendew royal knights guarded day and night. These royal knights guarded here, firstly, to prevent foreign invasion. Secondly, to prevent the vagrants and beggars outside the city from defiling the purity of Heavendew City. As he passed the city gate, Ning Chuan was called out by a sharp, excited voice. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan turned his head and saw an old beggar, barely clothed, with a sallow face and emaciated body, covered in grime, quickly walking towards him. Who else could it be but Yu Xiaogang? However, he was stopped by the royal knight. Stop, vagrants and dogs are forbidden from entering the city. Otherwise, kill without mercy. How many times have I told you, I am not a vagrant? I am a teacher at Heavendew Royal Academy, and also the leader of the Heavendew Royal Academy's vice team, Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. That person in front is a student of Heavendew Royal Academy. He can vouch for me. Yu Xiaogang explained tirelessly, and upon seeing Ning Chuan, he seemed to see a savior and shouted at him. Ning Chuan, quickly tell them. Heaven knows what kind of life he had been living these past few days. First, he was ambushed and his spirit power crippled, spirit tool stolen, and lower body removed at the Heavendew Empire border. On the way back, he encountered some hooligans who robbed him of his clothes. Exhausted, hungry, and weak, Yu Xiaogang begged all the way back. He suffered countless hardships and endured immense suffering. He finally managed to return to Heavendew Royal Academy, but because he had no spirit power, he was treated as a swindler and driven out. At the same time, he learned from the students coming and going at Heavendew Royal Academy that it was the day of the Soul Master Competition opening ceremony. Then he came to the Heavendew City gate. He wanted to go in and find Flender and the Shrek, a group of people. But he was again refused entry. Not only that, these Heavendew Royal Knights treated him as a beggar and vagrant, blocking him outside the city gate, causing him to sleep in the beggar's den every day, accompanied by those terribly dirty beggars. It was simply as desolate and miserable as could be. It wasn't until he saw Ning Chuan, an acquaintance, that Yu Xiaogang finally saw a glimmer of hope. Initially, when he saw Ning Chuan leaving the city, he had tried to chase him for a while. But his body was too weak. Within a few steps, he lost sight of Ning Chuan and could only return to wait. Now that Ning Chuan had returned, he was naturally overjoyed. "Sir Spirit Master, do you know him?" The Heaven Du Royal Knight naturally recognized the Heaven Du Royal Academy emblem on the new Royal Fight Team's uniforms. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, he instinctively asked Ning Chuan for confirmation. "You are." Ning Chuan pretended to be uncertain as he looked at Yu Xiaogang. Compared to when he was ambushed and castrated, Yu Xiaogang had not only become a dirty beggar, but also appeared significantly older. His face had many more wrinkles, his head more white hair, and most crucially, the days of begging had made him lose a lot of weight, to the point of being skin and bones, a complete old wreck. If one didn't look closely, even acquaintances would find it hard to recognize him. It's me, Grandmaster, Yu Xiaogang, Little San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Have you forgotten Ning Chuan? At Shrek Academy, I even taught you for 3 months. Yu Xiaogang's voice sounded both excited and very weak. He was truly too hungry. For days, he had eaten from hand to mouth, and had long since resorted to fighting wild dogs for food. Chapter 150 Scar Brother, who can never escape. Sometimes he couldn't even get dog food, and could only dig for grass roots and gnaw on tree bark. You do bear a resemblance, but how can you prove it? Ning Chuan asked, feigning confusion. I'll show you my spirit, come out, Luo San Pao. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang summoned his spirit, Luo San Pao. However, having lost its spirit power, Luo San Pao had already lost its former lively and adorable appearance. It looked like a dead pig. After being summoned, it just lay on the ground without any sign of life, unable to even open its eyelids. Ning Chuan shook his head. I didn't expect there to be a spirit in this world similar to Grandmaster's, but unfortunately, you are not him. Grandmaster is a spirit Grandmaster of 29th rank, yet you don't have a trace of spirit power fluctuation. All right, take this money and buy 2 flatbreads to eat. Don't fantasize about impersonating Grandmaster anymore. As he spoke, he took out 3 bronze coins from the spirit tool on his waist, threw them to the other person, and then turned to continue walking into the city gate tower. Yu Xiaogang immediately became anxious. I really am Grandmaster. I really am Yu Xiaogang. The reason I lost my spirit power is because I was ambushed by someone. Believe me, believe me. Ning Chuan, have you forgotten? The first time we met at Noding Academy, your teacher misunderstood me for being a hooligan and beat me up. Even if you've forgotten that, you must remember when we performed the castration surgery on Mubai together, right? Little San was the lead surgeon, and I was responsible for bandaging. Also, Little San suffered from constant diarrhea because he absorbed 3 poison attribute spirit rings. You can't have forgotten that, can you? But Ning Chuan seemed not to hear Yu Xiaogang, continuing to walk forward without looking back. It wasn't until Ning Chuan had walked far away that Yu Xiaogang, disheartened, returned to begging by the roadside. Now, he could only hope to encounter Flender and his group. Otherwise, if things continued like this, he would surely starve to death one day. Meanwhile, after entering the city, Ning Chuan did not immediately return to his residence. Instead, he found the captain guarding the city gate and took out the 7 treasure glazed tile school token Ning Fengzhai had given him previously. I am a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, that person just now, and I have some grievances. I'd like to ask Captain for a small favor. These few material possessions are a small token of my respect. As he spoke, Ning Chuan took out a bag of gold coins from his storage spirit tool, numbering several hundred. The city guard captain, surnamed Liu, was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a shrewd merchant. He weighed the gold coins in his hand, then glanced at the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciple token in Ning Chuan's hand, and immediately a fawning smile appeared on his face. So it's a disciple of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. No wonder you were able to join Heaven Royal Academy. May I ask if young Master Ning has any instructions? Please speak freely. Ning Chuan said, "It's nothing much. It's just that the old beggar just now offended me. I'd like to ask Captain to talk to the beggars outside the city gate and help me take good care of him. As for how to do it specifically, lean in." The city guard captain leaned his ear closer, as instructed. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, he inexplicably shivered. This was simply too ruthless. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ning Chuan asked with a smile. No problem at all. For those commoners outside the city, just give them half a steamed bun and they'll obediently listen. This matter is on me." The city guard captain patted his chest. "Good, then I'll leave it to Captain." After Ning Chuan left, the city guard captain turned to a soldier beside him and said, "Go, call Scar over." A moment later, a bald man with a bare upper body walked over, his face full of fawning and respect. "Captain Liu, you called for me." Unlike other vagrants, this Scar was the head of the vagrants. Relying on his large build, he reigned supreme in the beggar's den. All vagrants who wanted to join the begging ranks had to first acknowledge him as their boss. Any money and food obtained also had to be given to him first. Take the 3 bronze coins Yu Xiaogang just received, for example. They hadn't even warmed up before they were forcibly handed over to Scar. Therefore, he was well-fed and robust, with a body of lean muscle that could even rival some of the weaker elephant-armored academy disciples. Captain Liu glanced at Scar. "Want to drink wine and eat meat?" "Oh, Captain, who among us in this line of work doesn't want to drink wine and eat meat?" Upon hearing this, Scar knew he had a job and said with considerable excitement. Situations like this had occurred before. In the past, if some clueless beggar or vagrant offended a noble within Heaven City, they would find Captain Liu, and then Captain Liu would find him. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Captain Liu received illicit income, and he also got to partake in the benefits. Captain Liu said, "All right, for the next 3 days, I'll cover all your wine and meat." 3 days, it seems the old man just now offended someone of considerable standing. Scar's eyes darted around, and he said with a smile, "Captain Liu is generous. It's the old Yutu who kept shouting that he's a teacher from Heaven Royal Academy, right? Just tell me what you want me to do, Captain Liu, and I'll take care of him immediately." Upon hearing this, Captain Liu beckoned Scar over. Scar naturally leaned in, but after hearing Captain Liu's words, a look of difficulty immediately appeared on his face. "Captain Liu, must it be like this?" It was true that Scar was attracted to both men and women, but he only liked young, good-looking ones. As for Yu Xiaogang, oh no, old Yu too, someone so old, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. "What, do you think wine and meat are that easy to come by? Just say yes or no. If not, I'll find someone else." Captain Liu said impatiently. "Yes, of course, yes. I'll go do it now." Scar was afraid that Captain Liu would find someone else, which would mean the end of his reign as boss. So he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Good, then I'm counting on you tonight." Captain Liu nodded in satisfaction. It definitely wouldn't work during the day. Otherwise, if someone saw a beggar doing that at the Heaven City gate, how could he continue to be captain? This had to be done back in the beggar's den under the large willow tree outside Heaven City. At the same time, Ning Chuan had already returned to his residence. The new Royal Fight team members had also just returned. Ning Chuan directly called Ning Rongrong to his room. Ning Rongrong thought Ning Chuan wanted to do that, and her face was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, as soon as the door closed, she habitually knelt before Ning Chuan. Half an hour later, Ning Chuan shivered, let out a long breath, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Getting rid of the heat. Didn't you call me here for that?" Ning Rongrong made a swallowing motion, then took out a handkerchief she carried with her and wiped her mouth. "No," Ning Chuan shook his head. "I have something to give you." "If it wasn't, why didn't you tell me to stop? My mouth is swollen because of you, you bastard. Wait, you just said you have something to give me. What is it? Hurry and take it out." The first sentence almost made Ning Rongrong explode with anger, while the latter sentence immediately made her overjoyed. It was well known that anything Ning Chuan produced was bound to be a masterpiece. Chapter 151. Battle of Shuangning. "What, not angry anymore?" Ning Chuan's face revealed a mischievous smile. "You are my man. If you are hot-tempered, it's only natural for me to help you cool down, so how could I possibly be angry?" Ning Rongrong said with a beaming smile. Ning Chuan nodded. Today I want to try some new moves." "Ning Rongrong, it's fine, I've already reached that legal age you mentioned." Ning Chuan looked at her suspiciously. "Why do I feel like you're even more excited than I am?" "Aren't you excited?" Ning Rongrong winked at him, then unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her new Royal Fight Team uniform. This transformed the high-collared outfit into an off-the-shoulder one. Ning Chuan couldn't resist this. Under Ning Rongrong's expectant and nervous gaze, he released his devouring gold bug spirit, blocking every light-transmitting spot in the entire room. The large room was plunged into darkness. Buzz! The next moment, the room lit up again. Dazzling 9-colored precious light filled the entire room as Ning Rongrong released her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit. 9 treasures turn out with glazed tiles. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is spirit, the fourth is defense. That night, 2 individuals named Ning began an unprecedented battle since the start of the Soul Master competition. It was historically known as the Battle of the Twin Nings. Just as the Battle of the Twin Nings unfolded outside Heaven Dew City, under a large willow tree in the beggar's den, another scene was playing out. Yu Xiaogang, looking weary after a day of begging, returned here. He was immediately called over by a horse-faced middle-aged man. "Brother Mutant, you called for me?" Yu Xiaogang asked respectfully. Old you two, congratulations. From now on, you no longer have to hand in your share. Here are the 3 bronze coins you begged for today. They're yours." Mutant, of course, couldn't be the horse-faced middle-aged man's name. This was given by Scar, the boss of the beggar's den. Anyone favored by Scar would be given a name, instantly elevating them to the upper echelon of the beggar's den. In return, they no longer had to hand over what they begged for. Yu Xiaogang had only been in the beggar's den for a few days, and clearly didn't know the rules yet. He simply thought that he could finally eat a full meal before meeting Flender and the others. After receiving the bronze coins, he quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Mutant. Thank you, Brother Mutant." "No need to thank me, thank Brother Scar. All right, I've already had someone prepare bathwater for you and a new set of clothes. Go find Brother Scar in a bit." The horse-faced, middle-aged man wore a half-smile. "It seems these people already believe I am a teacher at Heaven Dew Royal Academy, which is why they are trying to curry favor with me. Well, in consideration of your sincere repentance, I won't let Flender trouble you in the future." Yu Xiaogang only thought his life would get much better from now on, secretly pleased. The bathing area was a steaming open-air tub. The fire beneath the tub hadn't completely died out, indicating it had just been heated. Yu Xiaogang suspected nothing, took off his clothes, and enjoyed a refreshing hot bath. However, when he was about to put on the so-called new clothes, he was instantly dumbfounded. These were not new clothes at all. They were clearly a patched-up woman's dress, and it had an extremely unpleasant smell of gorse. Even though the clothes had been simply washed and dried, the smell was still pervasive. Just then, the horse-faced, middle-aged man's voice came from afar. "Old you two, are you ready? Hurry up, Brother Scar is getting impatient." "Oh, coming." Yu Xiaogang dared not delay, quickly put on his old dirty clothes and walked out. As for the dress, whoever wanted to wear it could. But when he stepped out, he saw that the horse-faced middle-aged man, who had previously been so kind to him, was now enraged. He slapped Yu Xiaogang across the face. "Who told you to wear these clothes? Didn't I prepare new clothes for you? If you delay Brother Scar's business tonight, you won't live." "But those are women's clothes." Yu Xiaogang covered his swollen face, whimpering. The horse-faced middle-aged man slapped him again. "What's wrong with women's clothes? Don't I wear women's clothes too? Let me tell you, it's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you, or else before I die, you won't have an easy time either." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang realized that the horse-faced middle-aged man had also changed into a patched-up woman's dress, and he wasn't wearing any clothes underneath, going commando. Under the horse-faced middle-aged man's pressure, Yu Xiaogang reluctantly put on the patched woman's dress. He followed the horse-faced middle-aged man to the beggar's den, the only clean place, inside the tree hollow. Inside the tree hollow, lights were unusually bright tonight, and from time to time, the painful groans of a man could be heard. A moment later, the painful sound ceased, and a rather well-featured young man limped out, clutching his backside. At the same time, he didn't forget to cast a complex gaze at Yu Xiaogang. The horse-faced middle-aged man led Yu Xiaogang inside. Scar, naked, sat on a stale cot and said in a deep voice, "You're here." "Yes, Brother Scar." Yu Xiaogang vaguely guessed something, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's still rather decent features, the middle-aged Scar nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After a wash, you're finally more presentable. All right, from now on, you don't have to be called Old You Two anymore. Discard all your old names. From now on, I'll call you Rose." "Ah!" Yu Xiaogang didn't react for a moment. "Ah, what ah? It's your supreme honor for Brother Scar to give you a name. Hurry up and thank Brother Scar." The horse-faced middle-aged man slapped the back of Yu Xiaogang's head. Yu Xiaogang felt a burning pain on the back of his head. He dared not resist and could only comply. "Thank you, Brother Scar." Scar said, "All right, you can take off the new clothes now." Yu Xiaogang did as he was told. Anyway, he had long wanted to get rid of that shabby dress. However, after Yu Xiaogang took it off, Scar frowned, glancing at the horse-faced middle-aged man and saying coldly, "Mutant, what's going on? What is this? Is he ignorant of the rules, or did you not teach him?" It turned out that although Yu Xiaogang had put on the so-called new clothes, he hadn't taken off his original pants. "Boss, please forgive me. I'll make him take them off right now." The horse-faced middle-aged man slapped the back of Yu Xiaogang's head again, angrily shouting, "Do you understand the rules? Who told you to wear pants?" "Ah!" Yu Xiaogang let out another "ah," but this time, the horse-faced middle-aged man didn't humor him, directly and forcefully pulling down his pants. The next moment, both the horse-faced middle-aged man and the middle-aged Scar were stunned speechless. Yu Xiaogang's lower regions were completely bare. The horse-faced middle-aged man looked at him in disbelief. You're actually a woman." "What woman? This is clearly a eunuch." The middle-aged Scar seemed to have found a treasure, his eyes filled with excitement. To be honest, he had been in the beggar's den for decades and had seen eunuchs. But he had never seen a eunuch castrated so cleanly, almost indistinguishable from a woman. In that case, couldn't he chapter 152? The winner. No. A moment later, amidst a miserable wail, Yu Xiaogang shed the most humiliating and painful tears of his life. On the other hand, Ning Chuan was quite happy. 6 hours later, this battle between the two Nings ultimately concluded with Ning Chuan's victory. He felt completely refreshed. In contrast, Ning Rongrong lay weakly on the table, looking exhausted. It was a long time before she regained consciousness, but she didn't even have the strength to lift a single finger. "Are you a human or a bull?" Ning Rongrong weakly looked at the ground and said. Heaven knows how she endured those 6 hours. Initially, she confidently applied the 9-treasure glazed Tal Pagoda's support to Ning Chuan, only to discover that Ning Chuan's strength was outrageously powerful. Left with no choice, she could only apply the support to herself. But who knew that besides combat power, Ning Chuan's stamina in Great Spirit Arena was also exceptionally strong. It completely overturned the saying, there are only bulls that die from exhaustion, not fields that are plowed to ruin. Although the field wasn't plowed to ruin. But this was definitely not because the bull couldn't do it, but because the bull felt pity for the field. However, on the other hand, although the field was almost plowed to ruin, this bull was truly amazing. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't yet the sowing season, there would definitely be a huge harvest. No, it can't just be my own field that gets plowed to ruin. I must drag Zhuking and Lingling into this. Oh, right, and Sister Louise also needs to be brought in. Otherwise, next time, this field will definitely be plowed to ruin. Just as Ning Rongrong was thinking about how to drag Zhuking, Yilingling, and Louise into this, Ning Chuan had already put on his clothes. All right, you should rest well today and don't go to the Great Spirit Arena. This is what I prepared for you. As he spoke, Ning Chuan took out the illusory wisdom skull he had obtained from Shinayan. Spirit bone, and it's a head spirit bone. Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly lit up. Ning Chuan smiled and introduced, this is the illusory wisdom skull. It can greatly enhance your mental force and grant you a skill called illusory space. It allows you to boost your teammates' mental force by 20% and establish a mental network, enabling them to communicate telepathically and not get lost in illusions. For enemies, it will create a confusing effect, not only causing them to lose their sense of direction, but also continuously weakening their mental force through the bewildering effects. Wow, Ning Chuan, I knew you were the best. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Ning Rongrong excitedly hugged him. At this moment, she felt like she had gained a lot. Not only had she won over Ning Chuan, but she had also obtained a head spirit bone suitable for herself. Yes, Ning Rongrong had long been plotting. She had known for a long time that Ning Chuan couldn't possibly have only one woman. Besides Zhuking, there would definitely be others. So she had always been scheming how to win over Ning Chuan. However, each time he refused, citing that she hadn't reached the legal age, and it stopped at eating lollipops. Now, she had finally succeeded. From now on, no matter how many women Ning Chuan had, she could proudly tell everyone that Ning Chuan was taken by her first. Ning Chuan didn't know what Ning Rongrong was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care, as he hadn't suffered any loss. The little demoness might win, but our Ning will never lose. After a brief moment of intimacy with the little demoness, Ning Chuan washed up and came to the pavilion in the courtyard, where everyone enjoyed the sumptuous breakfast sent by the Heaven Dew royal family. Where's Rongrong? Zhuking looked at Ning Chuan. She and Ning Rongrong had always shared a room, and after Ning Rongrong was called away by Ning Chuan last night, she hadn't returned. Rongrong is in meditation. She might have a breakthrough. Ning Chuan replied without batting an eye, and at the same time, he didn't forget to send a telepathic message to Zhuking, Yilingling, and Louise. I got a spirit bone yesterday that is quite suitable for Rongrong, and she is still absorbing it now." Hearing this, Mona and the Shi brothers, along with other former royal fight members, thought that Ning Rongrong was truly about to break through, and their faces showed expressions of envy. Ning Rongrong was already exceptionally talented, a 42nd level spirit ancestor at only 14 years old, and now she was about to break through again. How could anyone else live? However, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling, and Louise showed rather surprised expressions. Spirit bone, could it be Shi Nian? They remembered Ning Chuan, saying that Shi Nian from Kanghui Academy had a spirit bone that was very suitable for Ning Rongrong. Given Ning Chuan's style of action, coupled with his early departures from the Great Spirit Arena these past few days, and Shi Nian's fondness for hunting genius spirit masters, it was indeed possible that it was obtained from Shi Nian. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition continued. After 10 rounds of matches, the results of the various teams participating in the preliminary rounds in the Heaven Du Empire division were clear. The new Royal Fight team, with an impressive record of 10 consecutive victories, became the undisputed first place. Teams with similar records included Blazing Academy, Wind Spirit Academy, Thunder Academy, Tianui Academy, and Shrek team. As for Elephant Armor Academy, after losing to the new Royal Fight team in their first match, they successively encountered these 5 undefeated teams. This included the Shrek team. They were defeated by the martial soul fusion skill, Evil Eye Green Tiger, of Tang San and Dai Mubai. Incidentally, because Tang San's spirit power had caught up to Dai Mubai's, and due to his cultivation of Purple Demon Eye, his mental force was higher than Dai Mubai's. Now, the Evil Eye Green Tiger was led by Tang San. The Shrek team relied on this to defeat Elephant Armor Academy. At this point, the new Royal Fight team, Blazing Academy, Tianui Academy, Wind Spirit Academy, Thunder Academy, and Shrek team were ranked in the top 6 of the preliminary rounds. If other academies hadn't hidden their strength, then these 6 teams should be the qualifying teams from the Heaven Du Empire division. There was almost no suspense. However, the spectators became increasingly excited. Because next, the 6 strongest teams would inevitably clash. Indeed, in the 11th round of the preliminaries, the first match brought a heavyweight showdown. Blazing Academy versus new Royal Fight team. Undoubtedly, this year's Heaven Du Royal Academy main team, under the leadership of Ning Chuan, became one of the most promising teams to win the championship in this All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. However, Blazing Academy, as one of the 4 element academies, was also not weak in strength. Even if their strength was not as good as the new Royal Fight team, they would certainly be able to force out most of the new Royal Fight team's strength. Indeed, following the opening ceremony, Ning Chuan, the captain of the new Royal Fight team, finally appeared on the stage once again. Chapter 153, Battle Against Blazing Fire. Perhaps because they had witnessed Ning Chuan's terrifying 10,000-year spirit ability, to prevent being wiped out in one go, the 7 members of Blazing Academy arranged themselves in a triangle formation. Standing at the very front were a young man of average build and ordinary appearance, about 20 years old, and a seemingly fiery young woman who was noticeably younger. Without even looking at their profiles, Ning Chuan knew they were Blazing Academy's captain, Fire Wushwang, and his younger sister, who was also Blazing Academy's vice-captain, Huo Wu. The former's spirit was the Horned Fire Dragon, a 42nd level attack system battle spirit ancestor. The latter's spirit was Fire Shadow, a 43rd level control system battle spirit ancestor. A Fire Leopard spirit master of the attack system, whose spirit power reached 38th level, stood with them. To the left behind the 3 were a pair of twins, one named Huo Yun and the other Huo Yu, whose spirit was the fire crane, and their spirit power was both 39th level. To the right behind them were two tall men whose spirit was Mars, two support system spirit elders with a certain degree of attack power. Right from the start, Huo Wu pointed her spear at Ning Chuan. "Are you finally willing to come on stage? I thought you were going to keep playing the coward." "No choice, after all. My team members can't expose too much of their strength yet." What Ning Chuan meant by "cannot expose too much strength" referred to the martial arts from the mysterious heaven treasure record that Little Cat cultivated, such as Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, Purple Demon Eye, and the Black Widow External Spirit Bone. If these were used, Little Cat's combat power would undoubtedly receive a leap in improvement, but this way, it wouldn't serve much purpose for training. After all, abusing weaker opponents was indeed a bit boring. Also, a good blade should be used on a sharp edge. However, seeing Huo Wu's hostile appearance made Ning Chuan puzzled. He shouldn't have offended her, and this was even their first time speaking. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Huo Wu immediately became even angrier. "Are you saying that even if you don't come on stage, just with these remaining people, you can defeat us?" "It's not that we can defeat you, but that we have already defeated you," Ning Chuan smiled. Huo Wu was furious, but Fire Wushwang raised his hand to stop her and looked at Ning Chuan, saying, "Then let's try it. I admit you are very strong. One-on-one, I'm afraid no one in the entire Soul Master competition, except for those few abnormal people from Spirit Hall Academy, is your opponent. But without a control system Spirit Master, you cannot defeat us." "Then let's try it as you said." Yellow, purple, purple, black, 4 spirit rings slowly rose from his feet, and Ning Chuan casually released his Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword spirit. Now both sides can release their spirits. In 1 minute, the match will officially begin. At the referee's signal, both participating teams released their spirits, and the intense spirit ring light instantly filled the entire arena. Undoubtedly, both sides had optimal spirit ring configurations, but in terms of the number of spirit ancestors and cultivation, the new Royal Fight team clearly held a greater advantage. 4 spirit ancestors, 2 39th level spirit elders, and 1 36th level attack system spirit elder. Especially Ning Chuan, whose spirit power not only reached 48th level, but also possessed such terrifying spirit ring configurations as yellow, purple, purple, and black. In terms of overall rank, Blazing Academy was clearly at a disadvantage. However, they still had advantages. Firstly, among the new Royal Fight team, the lowest spirit power, Huang Jia, was clearly a slacker. Secondly, they had no support system spirit masters or control system spirit masters. And support system, spirit masters, and control system, spirit masters often play a huge role in team battles, even turning the tide of the battle. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Match start. 1 minute passed quickly, and with the referee's command, both teams moved instantly. Huo Wu seemed to want to prevent her team members from being annihilated by Ning Chuan's 10,000-year spirit ability, so after the 2 Mars spirit masters provided support to the Blazing Academy members, she, as a control system spirit master, chose to charge at the very front. This was because she had a spirit ability that could ignore any skill and defense and expel the opponent and their activated skills, as long as the opponent's spirit power did not exceed her own by 10 levels. Third spirit ability, Resisting Fire Ring. However, she clearly overestimated herself. While the Mars spirit masters were providing them with support, Ning Chuan had already moved. Among all the participating students present, almost no one, except for Tang San, who had activated his purple demon eye, saw how Ning Chuan drew his sword. They only vaguely felt a sword light flash across the stage. Duh! The next moment, amidst the screams of Blazing Academy's captain, Fire Wushwang, he was sent flying, a streak of fresh blood staining the clothes on his chest that had been torn open after his horned fire dragon spirit possession. The entire venue fell silent, the surroundings dead quiet. No one had expected it. Ning Chuan actually instantly killed someone again right at the start. The previous time was understandable, as it was a 10,000-year spirit ability, plus elemental counter. This time, he didn't even use a spirit ability, and with one sword strike from a distance, he instantly killed Blazing Academy's captain, Fire Wushwang. It was like cutting a butt with a small knife, an eye-opener. Shrek team member, Red Light District Phoenix Ma Hongjun, opened his mouth wide, his pupils filled with terror. He involuntarily recalled the first time they met, when a conflict broke out with Ning Chuan, and he was sent flying by a single sword strike. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar's expressions were also not much better. Each of them gritted their teeth. At this moment, the four scoundrels of Shrek once again recalled the feeling of being dominated by Ning Chuan.
Bastard!
Huo Wu gritted her teeth, and her third spirit ring lit up as the resisting fire ring ability activated. A 3-meter-high ring of flame light expanded outwards from Huo Wu as the center, reaching a diameter of 60 meters in the blink of an eye. Ning Chuan had already expected it. He didn't even need to speak. The moment Huo Wu's third spirit ring lit up, Zhu Zhuking, the Shi brothers, and Oslo had already jumped up. A height of 3 meters was no problem for them. Yu Feng was even a flying spirit master, so there was even less to say. Only the unlucky Huang Jia, whose strength was too poor, belonged to the type who had spirit power but was merely a show-off. He was directly bounced out of the arena by the resisting fire ring. But neither Ning Chuan nor the other members of the new royal fight team paid any attention to him. From beginning to end, he was just there to make up the numbers.
Now's your chance, attack me.
Although Blazing Academy's captain, Fire Wushwang, was sent flying by Ning Chuan's sword, his body was paralyzed and unable to move due to the minute amount of evil-warding divine lightning. While flying backward, he didn't forget to command his teammates to attack. And the members of Blazing Academy did not disappoint. While the 6 members of the new royal fight team were suspended in the air, the 2 Fire Crane Spirit Masters and the Fire Leopard Attack System Spirit Master simultaneously launched long-range attacks at them. The former 2 had all 3 of their spirit rings light up simultaneously, jointly launching a massive beam of light flame several meters in diameter towards the 6 members of the new royal fight team. The Fire Leopard Spirit Master, on the other hand, had his third spirit ring light up, and accompanied by a leopard's roar, he spat out a fireball similar to Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave Chapter 154 Rumors. The fireball and the massive flame superimposed, and with the assistance of the 2 Fire Spirit Masters, their power soared linearly. Even Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised when he saw it. It seems they've put a lot of thought into dealing with me. Ning Chuan smiled internally, his first spirit ring instantly brightening, as he gripped his azure bamboo becloud sword with both hands, leaned forward and chopped down. He released his first spirit ability, Sword Manifestation. When Ning Chuan's spirit power was only at level 33, this sword manifestation could reach 7 or 8 meters. Now that Ning Chuan's spirit power had reached level 48, there was even less to say. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ning Chuan's azure bamboo cloud sword transformed into a giant light sword, easily over 10 meters long, and slashed down fiercely. The fireball was struck, forming an explosive sphere of light with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in the air. The giant flame, jointly unleashed by the 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters, was split apart by the light sword. The giant light sword continued its descent, its momentum undiminished, slashing downwards. Not good, quickly moved to the sides. Huo Wu cried out in alarm, but unfortunately, she had just released resisting fire ring and could not cast it twice in a row. She could only call out to her teammates to dodge while she dodged herself. Boom! The arena trembled violently, sending sand and stones flying. Ning Chuan's single sword strike not only neutralized the full power attack of 3 Blazing Academy members, but also split the arena apart. For a moment, dust billowed across the arena. Freaka! Seeing the arena so damaged, Huo Wu was both shocked and enraged. She instinctively wanted to cast Resisting Fire Ring again to dispel the dust and the new Royal Fight team members, to avoid being wiped out. However, with her vision obscured by the dust, she had to ascertain her teammates' positions to avoid her Resisting Fire Ring affecting them. So, she decisively began to sense her teammates' spirit power fluctuations to avoid accidentally harming her own side. Just then, Ning Chuan's ghost-like voice suddenly sounded behind Huo Wu. "Can you tell me why you have such great animosity towards me? It seems like this should be our first encounter." Huo Wu's pupils constricted abruptly. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Chuan had already appeared behind her, standing back-to-back with her. Before he spoke, she had not detected when Ning Chuan appeared. "Defeat me and I'll tell you. Resisting fire." Before the word ring could leave her lips, the blade of the azure bamboo bee cloud sword was already pressed against Huo Wu's slender, snow-white neck. At this moment, Yu Feng's voice came from the sky, 3rd spirit ability, Storm Dance. High in the air, Yu Feng, who had completed his wind chime bird spirit possession, had his 3rd spirit ring light up. With a flap of his wings, a fierce gale instantly raged, not only blowing away the 2 fire crane agility attack system spirit masters, but also dispersing the dust. At the same time, Zhu Zhuking's first 3 spirit rings lit up simultaneously. Her figure split into 3, with 2 clones reaching for the 2 fire crane soul masters. Her main body, using the acceleration from Hell Rush Stab, arrived before the Fire Leopard Soul Master and unleashed Netherworld 100 Claws. As for the fate of the 2 Fire Support System Spirit Masters, it was predictable. Before they could stabilize themselves, they were struck by the tortoise shells thrown by the Shi brothers and sent flying off the spirit dueling arena. By the time the dust had completely cleared, the Fire Leopard Soul Master was lying on the stage, covered in wounds. Also fallen were the 2 Fire Crane Agility Attack System Spirit Masters and Fire Wushwang, who lay near the sword mark, still unable to move. As for Huo Wu, Ning Chuan had already turned around and was facing her, holding his azure bamboo bee cloud sword from behind, with its blade pressed against Huo Wu's throat. With that, Blazing Academy was completely wiped out. Many spectators, aside from witnessing Huo Wu's resisting fire ring and Ning Chuan's terrifying sword manifestation at the very beginning, had no idea what happened from start to finish. They only knew that Blazing Academy's captain was instantly defeated, followed by the defeat of all their members. From start to finish, it was only a short minute or so. Let alone them, even the Blazing Academy members themselves were completely bewildered. It wasn't that they hadn't considered defeat. After all, the spirit power gap alone was evident. Moreover, there was a powerhouse like Ning Chuan. But they never expected to lose so quickly. It was ridiculously fast, wasn't it? Presumably, only Elephant Armor Academy, who also lost to the new Royal Fight team earlier, lost faster than them. Even those unlucky souls from Blue Tyrant Academy who were sprayed with feces were only slightly slower than them. The referee, who had just come to his senses, looked at the 2 Fire Spirit Masters knocked off the stage by the Shi brothers, then at Fire Wushwang, the Fire Leopard Soul Master, and the 2 Fire Crane Soul Masters who had fallen on the stage. Finally, his gaze fell upon Huo Wu, who was subdued by Ning Chuan. After confirming that she had lost the ability to resist, he loudly announced, "New Royal Fight Team wins." As soon as his words fell, sounds of discussion erupted around the viewing stands. They had originally thought that the new Royal Fight Team's strength was already formidable, but they had never imagined it was this strong. One must know that the previous loss of Elephant Armor Academy could be explained by their overly concentrated numbers and being counteracted by elemental attributes. But now, there was no elemental attribute counteraction whatsoever. Moreover, Blazing Academy had made tactical deployments in advance, yet they still lost without suspense. And they lost very quickly, in a way that offered no resistance. This was enough to demonstrate the formidable strength of this year's Heaven-Do Royal Academy main team. "You can tell me now, can't you?" Ning Chuan retracted his spirit. "That Zhu Zhuking over there must be your girlfriend, right? She broke ties with her family for you, but you were flirting with Ning Rongrong, who was on your royal fight team before, and even kissed her. I can't stand you." Huo Wu was a good loser. She turned around, but as she spoke, her beautiful big eyes stared intently at Ning Chuan. It was as if she wanted to devour him. She was unwilling, extremely unwilling. She had always been the favored child of her academy, and among the 4 element academies, in terms of talent and strength, she was absolutely among the best. But she had lost to an opponent much younger than her. If Ning Chuan were truly a genius, that would be one thing, but he only had half a level of innate spirit power, and he was also a scumbag. This was what she found most unacceptable. By the way, during the competition, the matter of Ning Chuan having half a level of innate spirit power had been widely publicized by the Heaven-Do Empire. And it was said that he had grown so rapidly under the tutelage of Louise, the chief instructor of the Heaven-Do Empire Soul Master Legion. It was also specially declared that Ning Chuan and Crown Prince Zhu King were as close as brothers. Furthermore, Ning Chuan's relationship with Zhu Zhuking had also been publicized by some self-proclaimed clever individuals. This was like publicly announcing that even Ning Chuan's teacher, Grandmaster Louise, had joined the Heaven-Do Empire, and Crown Prince Zhu King had such a good relationship with Ning Chuan, and Ning Chuan and his girlfriend Zhu Zhuking were already people of the Heaven-Do Empire. So Spirit Hall and Star Luo Empire should not harbor any intentions towards them. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's face showed a look of astonishment. So, it was because of this all along. He had thought it was some girl he had met before Chapter 155 breakthrough. After all, he had defeated many young female spirit masters in the Great Spirit Arena. "We will meet again. Next time I will definitely not lose," Huo Wu glared at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan smiled indifferently. "Enemies who have fallen by my hand are never considered opponents by me. I will give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me in the distance." Ning Chuan's words struck her soul, leaving Huo Wu, who had originally intended to continue speaking harshly, completely stunned. "You!" She stared blankly at the young man who was 5 years younger than her, her eyes filled with admiration and disbelief. Perhaps he could really do it. Without knowing why, such a thought suddenly popped into Huo Wu's mind, and her gaze towards Ning Chuan no longer seemed so hateful. Ning Chuan did not explain further. Amidst the cheers of the audience, he turned and led Zhuking and the other new Royal Fight Team members off the Spirit Arena. The new Royal Fight Team had 11 wins in 11 matches, while Blazing Academy had 10 wins and 1 loss in 11 matches. Now, the new Royal Fight Team had become the undisputed number 1. As soon as Ning Chuan stepped off the stage, Louise, Yilingaling, and Mona came forward to greet him. Mona sincerely praised, "Ning Chuan, you are truly incredibly powerful. I'm afraid that, at the Spirit King level, few are your match. She knew of Ning Chuan's strength, but to instantly defeat the Blazing Academy captain upon entering, and to break through the combined attack of 3 Blazing Academy members, no, to be precise, it should be 5, without using spirit abilities, was astounding. Those 2 Fire-Star support system Spirit Masters had significantly boosted the strength of the 2 Fire Crane Spirit Masters and the Fire Leopard Spirit Master, enough to make them comparable to spirit ancestors. This undoubtedly boosted Mona's confidence as the future Heavendew Royal Academy faculty member to its peak. Adding Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and Lingling's sacred heart begonia, they might truly be able to win the championship. Just a fluke, Ning Chuan replied with his usual humble brag. When the new royal fight team entered the resting area, both the spectators and the participating academies looked at them with a newfound reverence. Especially Ning Chuan. Although he had only appeared twice, whether it was his previous use of a powerful 10,000-year spirit ability to instantly defeat 7 members of Elephant Armor Academy, or his overwhelming victory against Blazing Academy this time. He had truly stolen the show, practically the MVP of the entire competition, without a doubt. In contrast, the atmosphere on Blazing Academy's side was not good. If they had lost after a hard-fought battle, it would have been fine. But they had set the record for the 2nd fastest defeat in this Soul Master competition, and even in previous Soul Master competitions. They were practically too ashamed to face anyone. As the Blazing Academy group hung their heads in dejection, a somewhat boisterous, fawning voice rang out, "Huo Wu, when we encounter the new royal fight team, I will avenge you." The Blazing Academy members turned around and saw a handsome young man in a green robe with silver embroidery walking towards them. Who else could it be but Feng Zai Ocean, Thesimp captain of our Wind Spirit Academy? Just you? Fire Wushwang scoffed somewhat, because in his opinion, Feng Zai Ocean's strength was only similar to his own, and even if he was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. He himself had been instantly defeated by Ning Chuan with 1 sword, so how much better could Feng Zai Ocean be? Feng Zai Ocean chuckled, "You lost because you were on the ground. That guy Ning Chuan's combat power is explosive. To be honest, if it's a ground battle, even a Spirit King would have few who could match him. But don't forget, I can fly. I have a trump card to deal with him." "Can you really defeat him?" Huo Wu looked at him suspiciously. "Yes," Feng Zai Ocean nodded seriously. "All right then, if you can defeat Ning Chuan and the new royal fight team, I will agree to be with you." But Huo Wu's next words made Feng Zai Ocean's eyes widen directly. Huo Wu had always been a very proud and strength-admiring person. Her requirements for a future partner were that they must have greater strength and talent than her. As for appearance, she didn't place as much importance on it. Otherwise, in the original work, she wouldn't have kissed Tang San, who had a common face before his blue-silver grass underwent its 2nd awakening. Of course, he couldn't be too unsightly, though. Unfortunately, Feng Zai Ocean had talent and was handsome enough. But he only saw Huo Wu's pride and, thinking he shouldn't discourage her, intentionally or unintentionally slowed down his cultivation speed and instead went to research self-created spirit abilities. In the end, he made himself the shame of innate full spirit power. That aside, he also repeatedly intentionally lost to Huo Wu. With his deadbeat attitude, it would be a miracle if Huo Wu ever fell for him. Hearing Huo Wu's words, Feng Zai Ocean felt that happiness had come too quickly, and his heart was so excited it felt like it was about to burst. He asked excitedly, Really, Huo Wu, you really agreed to be with me? You defeat the new royal fight team, defeat Ning Chuan, and I will be with you." With that, she led the way out. The Blazing Academy group followed after a moment of stunned silence. Only Feng Xiaoshan remained, immersed in the joy of a windfall. After the match between the new Royal Fight Team and Blazing Academy ended, the competition continued. Ning Chuan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Around noon, Ning Chuan finally felt the bottleneck of the 5th layer of Mysterious Heaven skill. A system prompt finally sounded in Ning Chuan's mind. Ding, detected that the host is suppressed by the world rules. Mysterious Heaven skill cannot break through. Please bind a bearing object.
Bind Tang San.
Binding successful. Ning Chuan silently recited a phrase in his mind. With the system prompt, Mysterious Heaven skill broke through to the 6th layer without any further bottlenecks. After breaking through to the 6th layer of Mysterious Heaven skill, Ning Chuan did not rush to open his eyes. Instead, he circulated Mysterious Heaven skill and continued to cultivate for a while. He found that the cultivation speed of the 6th layer of Mysterious Heaven skill was more than twice as fast as the 5th layer, and his spirit power density was also much higher. In terms of spirit power quality alone, it was already on par with ordinary spirit kings. It was just that the quantity of spirit power was not as much as a spirit king's. Of course, for Ning Chuan, who had Tang Rishan as a charger, the quantity of spirit power was not an issue at all. A moment later, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this time, it was already the Shrek team's turn to enter the arena. Their opponent was none other than Kanghui Academy, led by the deceased Shinian. Upon learning of the Shrek team's next opponent, Ning Chuan was almost overjoyed. He wanted to see how Tang San, without looking through autumn water dew, and only with the 1st layer of the overview realm, would break the 7 Shura illusions unleashed by Kanghui Academy's 7-in-1 fusion technique.
Ning Chuan, do you think Kanghui Academy can defeat Shrek?
It was Ning Rongrong speaking. She had arrived after fusing with the Illusory Wisdom Skull Chapter 156 Shrek vs Kanghui Academy. But it was unclear if it was everyone's illusion. Faintly, Rongrong seemed to have become even more beautiful than yesterday, and her temperament had matured a lot. Seeing Ning Chuan exit his cultivation state, she couldn't help but start looking for a topic. There was nothing she could do. Having just experienced it for the first time, even Rongrong, this little devil, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Yu Feng answered for Ning Chuan, of course not. Although the Shrek team is disgusting, their strength isn't weak. On the other hand, Kanghui Academy previously lost to Elephant Armor Academy. Now that they're facing the Shrek team and they just happen to have a grudge, it can only be said that the Kanghui Academy group is going to have terrible luck. Of course, they aren't completely without a chance of winning. If Tang San has another bout of diarrhea, they still have a certain probability of winning. Yu Feng's words undoubtedly received the approval of most of the new Royal Fight team, with only Yi Lingling, Zhu Zhuking, Ning Rongrong, and Louise consistently looking at Ning Chuan.
They did not express their stance.
Ning Chuan said, "That's not necessarily true." While speaking, Ning Chuan didn't forget to transmit a message to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, don't participate in the next match. Xiao Wu, who was in the Shrek team resting area not far from the new Royal Fight team's resting area, was stunned, then nodded slightly and turned to Tang San, saying, "Black bro, I feel a bit unwell. Kanghui Academy's strength isn't that great, so I won't be participating." As Xiao Wu's devoted follower, Tang San naturally wouldn't force her when he saw she was feeling a bit unwell. However, he also vaguely sensed that Kanghui Academy, led by Shinian, seemed a bit off. So, to be on the safe side. Although he replaced Xiao Wu, he swapped out 2 of the original Heaven Dew Royal Academy Vice Team members. He, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the two strongest members from the original Heaven-Du Royal Academy Vice team were arranged to play. Only Ning Tao, a 7-treasure glazed tile spirit ancestor, was kept as a trump card. Tang San, Kanghui Academy seems to be up to no good. Do you have confidence? Flender looked at Tang San with worry. Liu Erlong, sitting with Flender, said, "Alas, if Xiao Gang were here, it would be great. If he were here, he would definitely be able to figure out a way to deal with Kanghui Academy." Ever since Ning Chuan made Liu Erlong cry that one time, although she hadn't bothered Ning Chuan again, and the Heaven-Du Empire Competition Committee had also warned her not to trouble Ning Chuan. But she, in the late stage of a love-struck brain, still held expectations for Yu Xiaogang, subconsciously ignoring Ning Chuan's words, or rather, deep down. She was unwilling to believe that Yu Xiaogang was a swindler who misled others, choosing to blindly trust him. As Flender, the Douluo's #1 devoted follower, comforted her, "You love the person, not his theories." However, it was fine when Liu Erlong didn't mention Yu Xiaogang, but as soon as she did, Tang San's heart filled with anger. It was all this useless person's fault. If it weren't for this useless person, he wouldn't have gone from a twin spirit's genius to a shit person in the eyes of the world, and his brilliant image in Xiao Wu's heart wouldn't have been destroyed. Although Xiao Wu didn't say anything to him afterward and even comforted him. But his heart still felt incredibly uncomfortable, as if being pricked by needles. Finally, considering that Yu Xiaogang had gone to the spirit hall to seek a cultivation method for twin spirits for him, Tang San barely managed to suppress the anger in his heart. However, he still ignored Liu Erlong and said to Flender, "Dean, don't worry. We can handle a mere Kanghui Academy." "I hope so. But let me say this beforehand, if anything unexpected happens to you, I will immediately choose to forfeit. After all, Kanghui Academy has already lost several matches, so even if you lose one, it won't affect your qualification for promotion. Safety is the most important thing." Flender instructed. A moment later, both sides walked onto the central main Great Spirit Arena, and immediately, shouts and curses rose and fell. And these curses were naturally not directed at Kanghui Academy. They were cursing Shrek, because Tang San had spewed filth at the opening ceremony of the preliminaries. In the eyes of the spectators, a team led by such a shit person was a disgrace to the Heaven-Du Empire. No matter how strong they would only make the Heaven-Du Empire lose face. Therefore, most people did not want to see them qualify. Otherwise, if they pulled such a stunt again in the finals, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Get rid of them. Make these disgusting shit people from Shrek crawl back into their latrine. Kanghui Academy will win. Kanghui Academy will win. Various shouts and curses continuously echoed in the Great Spirit Arena. And at this moment, the referee's voice, located at the center of the Great Spirit Arena, also sounded at the appropriate time. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic, and I believe everyone has already seen that Kanghui Academy is participating in this round. Their record is an excellent 10 wins and 3 losses. Although they previously lost to Wind Spirit Academy, Thunder Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy, there's still a good chance they can qualify. Their opponent is the Shrek team. According to the current record, Kanghui Academy's chances of winning are undoubtedly slim, but everyone should believe in miracles. The referee, like the spectators, was undoubtedly biased towards Kanghui Academy. The reason was simple. At the opening ceremony, he was one of the main victims, having been sprayed with a face full of dung by Tang San. Now, please release your spirits. The match will officially begin in 1 minute. After saying this, the referee seemed to be afraid of being sprayed with filth again and immediately left the Great Spirit Arena. And his words, undoubtedly, completely enraged the Shrek team. HMPH, this is too much. Brothers, activate your spirits and show them. Mubai shouted, and the Shrek team all activated their spirits simultaneously. 3 spirit ancestors and 4 spirit elders. This was the Shrek team's lineup. On the other hand, Kanghui Academy only had 1 spirit ancestor, their captain, and one of their members didn't even have the optimal spirit ring configuration, with all 3 spirit rings being yellow. However, what surprised many was that their spirits were all gem type. As soon as the referee's words fell, they quickly gathered together, with the Kanghui Academy captain standing at the very front, forming a strange formation. Apart from the captain, the other 6 formed a hexagon, looking at the Shrek team with playful expressions. Ma Hongjun laughed loudly. Does Kanghui Academy have no one left? There's even a spirit elder who doesn't even have a 1,000-year spirit ring. The rest of the Shrek team also showed relaxed smiles. This time, Kanghui Academy had directly replaced 4 students compared to their previous matches. It gave them a scare. They really thought Kanghui Academy had hidden some formidable individuals. After all that, it was just this. Only Tang San looked ahead warily, an ominous premonition vaguely stirring in his heart. Chapter 157, The Shrek People's Social Death. Everyone, don't act rashly, Tang San shouted, immediately releasing 6 blue-silver grass vines that quickly wrapped around the waists of Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the 2 original Heaven-Do Royal Academy Reserve team members. It was all too late, though. 5 arenas, 5 matches started simultaneously, and the other 4 had already begun fighting. The 7 members of Kanghui Academy naturally wouldn't waste any time either. The captain of Kanghui Academy took a slight step, retreating to the center of their hexagonal formation. Amidst a shimmering aura, 1 spirit ancestor and 6 spirit elders, a total of 22 spirit rings, simultaneously floated out from their bodies and ascended into the sky. They landed on the gem spirit in the hands of the Kanghui Academy captain, who raised both palms, holding the gem spirit high into the air. The other 6 members of Kanghui Academy followed suit. Just as the Shrek members were about to attack, 7 colorful rays of light, centered around the Kanghui Academy captain, shot into the sky simultaneously, instantly condensing into a massive 7-colored light pillar that completely enveloped themselves, the 7 Shrek members, and even the entire arena. This is actually a 7-in-1 fusion technique. In the VIP section, Ning Fengjai was greatly startled. Bishop Salas and Emperor Zhu Yi, who were seated with him, as well as Bone Douluo, who accompanied Ning Fengjai, also showed surprised expressions. It was well known that although the 7-in-1 fusion technique was not a martial soul fusion skill, gathering the spirit power of 7 people at once was enough to achieve cross-tier combat. Moreover, all 7 members of Kanghui Academy had gem-type spirits, meaning not only their spirit power, but also their mental force was gathered together. Now that foul-mouthed kid from Shrek, Tang San, is in danger, Bone Douluo said, gloating. It wasn't just the spectators. Gu Rong also looked down on Tang San. He truly couldn't understand how a dignified clear-sky Douluo could have such a deplorable child. If not for his twin spirits, he would probably be crippled already. Inside the 7-colored light pillar, the Shrek members instantly lost their perception of the outside world, feeling as if they were living in a hazy world formed by colorful light. You deplorable Shrek members, you should be grateful that the Soul Master competition has a rule against killing. However, it's your honor to be defeated by our 7 Asura illusion. Now, in the painful memories of your own minds, repent for the sins you have committed. The voice of the Kanghui Academy captain echoed in the ears of the Shrek members, but the voice came from all directions, making it impossible for them to discern the opponent's location. In the Shrek team resting area, Flender and Liu Erlong had already stood up. Liu Erlong didn't care much, as she had realized that none of these Shrek team members respected Yu Xiaogang. Flender, however, was anxious, fearing something might happen to Tang San and the others. He hurriedly shouted, "Referee, we surrender." The Shrek team surrenders. But the referee seemed to still be holding a grudge about being sprayed with excrement earlier, as if he hadn't heard Flender's words, merely watching the arena enveloped by the seven-colored light pillar with a look of schadenfreude. Left with no choice, Flender had to run in front of the referee and grab his shoulder. And it was during this delay that, because Tang San had not refined the looking through autumn water dew, and thus couldn't break Kanghui Academy's 7-in-1 fusion technique, the Shrek members had already fallen into the illusion. The most painful and unwilling scenes to face began to appear in their minds. "Ah, I'm not a SHT team member. Don't spray excrement on me. Tang San, you deplorable person, may you die a horrible death." The first to fall into the illusion were the two original Heaven Dew Royal Academy Reserve team members. They recalled the scene when Tang San sprayed them with excrement. Because they couldn't defeat Tang San in reality and dared not complain, they could only vent in the illusion. Next was Ma Hongjun. "Ah, Boss Ning, I wasn't speaking ill of you. It was Tang San, that deplorable Tang San, who forced me to say it." After Ma Hongjun was Oscar. "Ning Rongrong, you shameless hussy. Ning Chuan already has Zhu Zhuking. Why do you still like him? I'm going to kill you, rape you, then rape you again and kill you again." After Oscar was Dai Mubai. "Ah, Imperial Father, I'm not an eunuch. Dai Weisi, I'm already an eunuch. I can no longer threaten your throne. Don't abolish me." After Dai Mubai was Yu Tianheng. "Yan Yan, don't look for me. The one who killed you was Clear Sky Douluo. I want to avenge you, but I can't defeat him. I didn't intend to team up with Clear Sky Douluo's son, Tang San. It was my uncle Yu Xiaogang, who forced me." Tang San was the last to fall into the illusion, and he also had the most painful and unwilling scenes to face. "Ah, Grand Elder, although I took the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, Tang San is not a traitor. Yu Xiaogang, you've turned me into a deplorable person who constantly has diarrhea. You've brought about your own demise. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Wu, Ning Chuan is not a good person. Don't leave me." After hearing the words of the 7 Shrek team members, the entire venue was silent, surrounded by dead quiet. Everyone looked at the Shrek members enveloped by the colorful light pillar with extremely strange expressions. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were wide with shock. Good heavens, are these Shrek people really so rich in their inner worlds? First, 3 team members cursed Tang San as a deplorable person. Then that food system spirit master, he actually had designs on the 7 treasure glazed tile school's little princess, even thinking of raping and killing her. Didn't he see school master Ning and Bone Douluo sitting there? He truly wasn't afraid of death. And that Dai Mubai, after all that, he really was an eunuch, and he even seemed to be a prince. The information revealed by Yu Tianheng, the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was also astounding. Good heavens, so after all this time, Poison Douluo and her granddaughter were really killed by Clear Sky Douluo, and it was one thing that he didn't dare to seek revenge, but he even teamed up with the son of the enemy who killed his girlfriend. Is he even a human? Finally, this Tang San, who was the so-called son of Clear Sky Douluo. Speaking of which, what is this mysterious Heaven Treasure record? Is it a self-created spirit ability? And that Yu Xiaogang, who caused him to become a deplorable person, has he hated him to the bone, to the point of wanting to kill him? As for Xiao Wu, it sounds like she, like Ning Rongrong, the daughter of 7 treasure glazed tile school master Ning Fengjai, has an unclear relationship with Ning Chuan. Gossip. But thinking about it, any normal person would choose a heaven's favored child like Ning Chuan, who possesses both strength and appearance. And not an ugly, short, and disgusting deplorable person like Tang San. Extremely painful scenes, as well as the deepest, most unwilling to face darkness, constantly resurfaced in the minds of the Shrek members. They couldn't endure the stimulation and began bleeding from their 7 orifices. Such was their agony that they clutched their heads, all wailing miserably. Chapter 158 Tang San gets scolded. Oscar gets scolded. Additional chapter. Chapter 158. Tang San gets scolded. Oscar gets bonus chapter. P.S. The previous chapter had duplicate content, which has been corrected. This is a bonus chapter as an apology. Only at this moment did the referee slowly open his mouth. The Shrek team forfeits. Kanghui Academy wins. He had no choice but to stop the match. The leader of the Shrek team had already come forward. If anything happened to the Shrek team because of him, his referee career would be over. He might even invite retaliation from the people behind the Shrek team. Hearing the referee's words, the 7 members of Kanghui Academy reluctantly withdrew from their 7-in-1 fusion technique state. The massive 7-colored light pillar disappeared into thin air, revealing the 14 figures of Kanghui Academy and the Shrek team. At this moment, on the central main fighting stage, only the 7 members of Kanghui Academy were still standing. It was clear that, having just used the 7-in-1 fusion technique, their faces were pale, a clear aftereffect of excessive spirit power and mental force consumption. But on their faces, each of them wore an excited smile. Because they had won. In contrast, the 7 members of Shrek, led by Tang San, were all lying on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. They clutched their heads, screaming in pain. Only when the colorful light receded, and everything around them became clear again, did they stop wailing. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the 2 original Shrek Reserve team members, due to their lower cultivation, directly fainted after the illusion was lifted. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yu Tianheng were in a worse state. They would have been better off fainting. Facing the meaningful gazes from all directions, they felt pins and needles on their backs, as if being pricked by needles. One by one, they involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to look at anyone. In the VIP section, Douluo looked at the fallen Oscar and was furious. This brat actually dares to covet Rongrong. I think I'll skin him alive. Ning Fengzhai's expression was also not good, but he still immediately pressed Douluo's shoulder. Grandfather, this is the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Let's discuss this after the competition. Emperor Zhu Yi helped persuade. Sect Master Ning is right. Douluo, please calm down. All right, for the sake of the Sect Master and His Majesty, I will temporarily spare this brat's life. Douluo suppressed the anger in his heart and sat back down. Emperor Zhu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This was the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. If he truly made a move, the prestige of his Heaven-Due royal family would be damaged. However, this little fellow named Oscar was truly something. He was merely a food system spirit master, yet he dared to covet the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He was truly courting death. Just then, Bishop Salaz's untimely voice rang out from the side. He said sarcastically, "Sect Master Ning truly has a good temper. Someone is trying to rape and kill your daughter, yet you remain indifferent. I admire you." HMPH, that's none of Bishop Salaz's concern. Ning Fengzhai snorted coldly, his expression returning to calm. But in his heart, he was still extremely depressed. He and Sarah's were old rivals. Whenever they had a verbal confrontation, he always had the upper hand. But this time, his composure was disturbed by this brat Oscar. If not for Oscar's connection to Tang San, and his unwillingness to offend Tang San, and thus Tang Hao, Oscar would surely not see tomorrow's sun after the competition ended. Now, for the sake of the upper three sects standing together against Spirit Hall, he could only temporarily swallow this anger. However, just because he could swallow this anger didn't mean others could. Indeed, as soon as the referee announced Kanghui Academy's victory, Liu Erlong stepped onto the fighting stage, pointing at Tang San's nose and scolding him. Tang San, no matter what, Xiao Gang is your teacher, yet you actually wanted to kill him. Are you even human? Flender followed, motioning for the remaining original Heavendew Royal Academy Reserve team members to help the unconscious Oscar and Ma Hongjin down, while wearily advising. Liu Erlong, that was just an illusion. It doesn't count as real. At this moment, Flender seemed to have aged 10 years instantly. Because he knew that everything just now was their true thoughts. Tang San truly wanted to kill Yu Xiaogang. He also knew that Shrek was completely finished. Even if the Shrek team truly won the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, it would be beyond salvation. First, Tang San had publicly spouted nonsense at the opening ceremony, making Shrek a despised dung academy in everyone's eyes. Now, these people had exposed a pile of explosive revelations. Whether it was Oscar wanting to rape and kill Ning Rongrong, or Dai Mubai admitting he was an eunuch, or Yu Tianheng's cowardly remarks, each and every one of these incidents was pushing Shrek Academy into the abyss. Most importantly, Tang San even said he wanted to kill his teacher. This made him feel an even deeper despair. One must know that, on the Douluo Continent, a spirit master could only acknowledge one teacher in their lifetime. Otherwise, they would be rejected by the spirit master's world. Now Tang San had gone even further, actually wanting to kill his teacher. Even if his teacher was a fraudulent charlatan who misled students, it was still unacceptable. And how could Shrek Academy, which produced a student like Tang San who deceived and betrayed his teacher, be any good? Liu Erlong didn't know what Flender was thinking. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. In fact, if not for this being the Soul Master competition, and if not for Tang San's father being Clear Sky Douluo, she would have already acted and killed Tang San. And so, a scene that made people laugh and cry since the start of the Soul Master competition appeared. Liu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, like a shrew cursing in the street, thoroughly berated Tang San. The insults were as nasty as they could be. So much so that even though the last match of the day had ended, no one had left. The new Royal Fight team members looked at the Shrek members on stage, and besides Schadenfreude, there was more anger. I knew early on that Oscar, that bastard, was no good. Who knew his heart was actually so filthy, always harboring ill intentions towards me. Ning Rongrong, as the person involved, gritted her teeth in anger. She only felt her chest ache. Since she got together with Ning Chuan, she usually felt a pleasant ache from laughter. But this time she was directly angered to pain by that scoundrel Oscar. Louise, Zhu Zhuking, Yilingaling, and even Mona, Yu Feng, the Shi brothers, and others all felt indignant for Ning Rongrong. As for Ning Chuan, taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the Shrek members on stage, he had already taken a powerful laxative and transferred the side effects to Tang San. How could such a grand occasion lack a classic scene of spewing nonsense? He smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, I actually have a good idea that can help you vent your anger." Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly lit up. "Quick, tell me, tell me." The others also cast curious glances. Ning Chuan said, "Later, you can tell your father and Bone grandfather." At this point, Ning Chuan used spirit power to transmit his voice. So, besides Ning Rongrong, no one else heard Ning Chuan's words clearly. But Ning Rongrong's eyes clearly brightened. Indeed, There was no punishment more suitable for dealing with a filthy guy like Oscar than this chapter 159, Tang San's cry. On the stage, Liu Erlong was still cursing. Tang San, do you even consider yourself human? Xiao Gang is your teacher. He poured his heart out to you, even if he made a mistake, putting aside the facts. Don't you bear any responsibility? You ungrateful, vile bastard who betrays his teacher and ancestors. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the two extras, who were originally members of the Heaven Do Royal Fight Team's vice-captain, were carried off the spirit arena. Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng, realizing their social death, also quickly ran off the stage. Tang San was left alone on the stage, being verbally scourged by Liu Erlong. Meanwhile, from Kanghui Academy, their fellow team members immediately rushed over, supporting the 7 exhausted individuals as they walked off the arena. They were met with cheers from the audience as if welcoming heroes. There was no other way. Shrek was simply too annoying. Even if any team defeated them, they would be regarded by the audience as heroes who defeated the scumbags. Just as everyone was cheering for Kanghui Academy, Tang San, whose scalp was tingling from Liu Erlong's curses and the surrounding mockery, covered his head with both hands, looking up at the sky, and suddenly let out a roar. Enough, enough, all of you shut up, shut up. The entire arena suddenly fell silent, and even Liu Erlong stopped her shrewish rant. Everyone looked at Tang San in surprise. His eyes were bloodshot, and he scanned the crowd, panting like an ox, his gaze finally landing on Liu Erlong as he roared. Do you think I don't want to be a Tang San who respects his teacher? Do I want to harbor murderous intent towards my teacher? You don't even look at what Yu Xiaogang has done to me. Speaking of this, he pointed to his pitch-black skin, then raised both hands, simultaneously summoning his twin spirits, his gaze fixed on Liu Erlong below the stage, and said, Look, take a good look, because of Yu Xiaogang, what kind of monstrous appearance have I become? And all of you who mock me, listen carefully. I, Tang San, was originally a twin spirits genius with innate full spirit power. My first spirit is blue silver grass, and my second spirit is clear sky hammer. My father is clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo on Douluo Continent, and I also inherited the number 1 tool spirit, clear sky hammer, from him. Originally, I should have had a beautiful future. But because of Yu Xiaogang, this good-for-nothing, yes, precisely because of this good-for-nothing, he ruined me for the sake of experimenting with his theories, which were either impractical or plagiarized. It was him who made me absorb 3 poison attribute spirit rings, making me follow a poison attribute control path, which caused me to be affected by the spirit ring's toxins, making my skin turn black, preventing me from growing tall, deforming my body, and constantly giving me diarrhea, turning me into the black bear antscumbag you people talk about. It was Yu Xiaogang who ruined me. At this moment, to vent the anger and resentment in his heart, Tang San no longer cared about anything else and directly exposed his twin spirits. And in the subsequent battles, he would no longer conceal his twin spirits. He wanted to prove himself with this number 1 tool spirit. Facts proved that Tang San's words still had some effect. For a time, everyone began to point their fingers at Yu Xiaogang in unison. Even Flender and Liu Erlong subconsciously began to wonder if Xiaogang was truly in the wrong. However, this emotion did not last long, as the spectators and the competing students could no longer hold back. With a sudden poof, a thunderous fart echoed, and Tang San's crotch instantly became visibly wet. In an instant, the vast Great Spirit Arena was filled with a foul stench. Everyone knew that Tang San had had diarrhea again. Flender and Liu Erlong subconsciously retreated from the arena, fearing that they would be splattered with the feces. Immediately after, the entire arena erupted in laughter. Tang San's face, instantly flushed red. Without further delay, he quickly took out his spare commode and sat on it, then released his blue-silver grass to deal with the spirit's side effects. At this moment, Tang San once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the spirit's diarrhea side effects. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. She smiled and looked at Ning Chuan, saying, "It looks like this disgusting guy won't be done with his diarrhea anytime soon. Ning Chuan, let's go." Ning Chuan nodded and left with the new royal fight team. At the main entrance, Ning Chuan and his group encountered Ning Fengzhai and Douluo again. Clearly, the two had come because of Oscar's earlier arrogant remarks. After all, Ning Rongrong represented the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If someone dared to make a move on her, and the two elders showed no reaction, it would certainly make outsiders think that their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was easy to bully. However, upon seeing Ning Rongrong, whether it was an illusion or not, they always felt that something had changed about Ning Rongrong, yet they couldn't pinpoint it. Ning Fengzhai, old and astute, frowned and asked, "Ning Rongrong, what did you do last night? Why did you only come to the Great Spirit Arena at noon today?" Ning Rongrong felt a pang of guilt, but fortunately she had a plan. She transmitted her spirit power, saying, "Father, Bone Grandfather, this is because Ning Chuan gave me an illusory wisdom skull yesterday. I was absorbing the spirit bone all day yesterday, which is why I came late." Since fusing with the illusory wisdom skull, Ning Rongrong's mental force had greatly increased, and she was now able to use spirit power transmission. Illusory wisdom skull. Douluo and Ning Fengzhai exchanged glances, their eyes both lighting up. Their gaze towards Ning Chuan became increasingly favorable. Although this young man was a bit of a philanderer, he treated Rongrong quite well, even willing to give her something as precious as a spirit bone. And it was even the illusory wisdom skull, which was most suitable for support system spirit masters. And to be able to cause such a significant change in Rongrong's temperament and allow her to master spirit power transmission, this illusory wisdom skull must certainly not be simple. At the same time, Ning Fengzhai inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not object to his daughter being with Ning Chuan, all of that was predicated on Ning Chuan joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before the other party joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he absolutely could not let his precious daughter foolishly give herself away. "Father and Bone Grandfather, you heard the voices of those disgusting guys from Shrek in the Great Spirit Arena just now. You must uphold justice for me." Ning Rongrong looked pitiful. "Rongrong, don't worry, Bone Grandfather will definitely help you get justice," Douluo said, full of killing intent. Ning Fengzhai's words were relatively more tactful. "Rongrong, we came precisely for this matter. Later, you and we will go to Shrek team's residence. Today's matter will absolutely not be left at that." Ning Rongrong, however, pouted and said, "HMPH, I don't want to go to those scumbags' residence, and you're not allowed to go either." "My little ancestor, then what do you want to do?" Douluo asked with a wry smile. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes darted around, and she once again transmitted her spirit power to the two. After listening, both of them were stunned. Douluo instantly became a bit eager to try. Ning Fengzhai, however, asked Ning Rongrong in surprise, "Did you come up with this?" "Uncle Ning, this is my idea." Ning Chuan stepped forward and said Chapter 160 Oscar's doomed end. "Haha, you're still the one with the most clever ideas. Good, Ning Feng, we'll do it this way." Douluo stepped forward and patted Ning Chuan's shoulder, feeling as if they had met too late. "I have to say, this is indeed a good idea. I thank you on behalf of Rongrong and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath, looking at Ning Chuan with a hint of complexity. He had thought he fully understood Ning Chuan, but he never expected it was just the tip of the iceberg. Besides being a playboy and intelligent, he was also a dark-bellied fellow. Ning Chuan smiled. Rongrong is my most cherished companion, and you are my elder. Naturally, I wouldn't stand by and watch those insignificant people urinate on the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After Ning Fengzhai and Bone Douluo left, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask, Ning Chuan, what did you tell Rongrong to say to her father earlier? Yi Lingaling, Louise, and the other members of the new royal fight team also looked at him curiously. Ning Chuan sent a voice transmission to Louise, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingaling, and Ning Rongrong, the 4 girls. I told Rongrong to tell her dad to cripple Oscar's spirit power, then capture him and bring him back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school for breeding, to mass-produce sausage spirit masters for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. PFFT, including Ning Rongrong, the person involved, all 4 beauties blushed simultaneously. Good heavens, that's truly good heavens. This was truly a wicked idea that only their own man could come up with. Although the other members of the new royal fight team didn't know what Ning Chuan had just said, seeing the 4 girls' blushing faces, they knew that the guy named Oscar was destined for great misfortune. However, he deserved it. A mere food system spirit master actually had the wild idea of setting his sights on the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, one of the upper 3 sects. He truly didn't know his place. On the other side, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the 2 former Heaven Dew Royal Academy substitute extras had already woken up from their coma. At this moment, all 4 of them were dazed. Ma Hongjun and the 2 extras were somewhat better, but Oscar was miserable. Upon learning that he had publicly blurted out his desire to rape and kill Ning Rongrong, he cried so heartbreakingly that he knelt before the temporary latrine built by Tang San with blue-silver grass, sobbing uncontrollably. Little San, you have to save me, you have to save me. Now only your father can save me, otherwise I will definitely be killed by that Bone Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As he spoke, he looked at Ning Rongrong's older brother, Ning Tao, knelt before him, took his hand and pleaded. Brother Tao, Ning Tao, you have to save me. Those weren't my true thoughts. It was all those bastards from Kanghui Academy who used an illusion to induce me to say them. Ning Tao shook Oscar's hand off, sneering, I can't accept such a grand gesture from you. You'd better think about how to explain yourself to my father and Bone grandfather. Saying that, he glanced at Tang San, who was inside the cover, and said indifferently, Tang San, I suppose I won't be needed for the preliminary and advancement rounds. We'll see each other in the finals. Then he strode out of the Great Spirit Arena. Tang San remained silent the entire time. It wasn't until deep into the night that Tang San finally finished and emerged from the cover, seeing Oscar still kneeling before him, while Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai sat cross-legged meditating not far away. Besides them, there was no one else in the Great Spirit Arena. Tang San then spoke softly, Get up. For this period, just stay by my side and don't leave. When I see my father next time, I will explain it to him. I believe Ning Fengzhai will give my dad this face. As he spoke, Tang San thought to himself, Oscar is an indispensable force for the upcoming Soul Master competition. I can't let anything happen to him midway. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament Preliminaries continued. Because Ning Fengzhai had already decided to capture Oscar for breeding after the Soul Master competition, he was not in a hurry to trouble Oscar. This made Oscar breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Tang San's father had secretly communicated with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, ever since the battle with Kanghui Academy, the atmosphere within the Shrek team had started to become subtle. Oscar, needless to say, worried about retaliation from the 7-treasure glazed tile school all day long, living a life of constant apprehension. Then there was Dai Mubai. Ever since it was revealed that he was a eunuch, he inexplicably gained the nickname Eunuch Dai in the Great Spirit Arena. In terms of fame, he was almost on par with Tang San, the Filth Man. As for Ma Hongjun, Yu Tianheng, and the others, their prominence diminished as Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar's fame continued to rise. Kanghui Academy, which had put them in such an awkward position, was unable to use their 7-in-1 fusion technique again for a short period after using it, resulting in consecutive crushing defeats to Tianui Academy and Blazing Academy. Among the top 6 teams they hadn't faced yet, the new Royal Fight team, ranked first, would undoubtedly not be an opponent for them either. Basically, they had no chance of qualifying. Unless Shrek lost all their upcoming matches against Blazing Academy, Wind Spirit Academy, Thunder Academy, Tianui Academy, and the new Royal Fight team. Only then would there be a possibility for both sides to have equal points, followed by another match to contend for the last qualifying spot. The competition quickly reached the 20th round, with only 7 rounds left. The current standings of the top 6 teams are as follows. New Royal Fight Team, 19 wins in 20 matches, 1 bye, ranked first in points. Wind Spirit Academy, 19 wins and 1 loss in 20 matches, ranked second in points. Their loss was against Blazing Academy, but many people considered it suspicious. After all, before this, they had defeated Thunder Academy and Tianui Academy. And Blazing Academy had lost to those 2 teams. Anyone could see there was a problem. Thunder Academy, 19 wins and 1 loss in 20 matches, lost to Wind Spirit Academy, tied for second in points. Tianui Academy, 18 wins, 1 loss, and 1 bye in 20 matches, lost to Wind Spirit Academy, tied for second in points. Shrek Team, 19 wins and 1 loss in 20 matches, lost to Kanghui Academy, has not yet faced the other top 6 teams, tied for second in points. Blazing Academy, 17 wins and 3 losses in 20 matches, lost to the new Royal Fight team, Tianui Academy and Thunder Academy, ranked 6th in points. And currently, the 21st round of matches is underway. The new Royal Fight team's opponent is Kanghui Academy, who previously defeated Shrek Academy. They wanted to use the 7-in-1 fusion technique that defeated Shrek to deal with the new Royal Fight team, but Ning Chuan didn't give them a chance. His first spirit ring lit up, and a sword manifestation several tens of meters long flew out, slashing through the bodies of Kanghui Academy's 7 members with jewel spirits. One by one, they all vomited blood and flew backward. Chapter 161. Challenge from Tang San asking for monthly ticket. Impressive. After the referee announced the new Royal Fight team's victory, and they exited the stage, a young man in a silver-embroidered green robe approached. Who else could it be but Feng Xiaoshan, the sycophant? Why aren't you going to find your younger sister, Huo Wu? Why do you keep coming to us for no reason? Seeing him, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but frown. Ever since the new Royal Fight team's battle against Blazing Academy, Feng Xiaoshan had been coming over almost constantly. Feng Xiaoshan looked embarrassed. You already know. With you running between Blazing Academy and us every day, always showing off to Huo Wu, it'd be hard for us not to know. Ning Rongrong complained. Ning Chuan roughly understood Feng Xiaoshan's thoughts and chuckled. Sycophant brother, just speak your mind. How many times have I told you, call me Feng Xiaoshan, or brother Feng is fine. When you keep calling me sycophant brother, it always feels a bit strange. Feng Xiaoshan scratched the back of his head, then said seriously, all right, since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Ning Chuan, I want to challenge you to a one-on-one duel. The outcome of our match will decide the victory between the new Royal Fight team and Wind Spirit Academy. As his words fell, a muffled voice followed. Since that's the case, why not include me? Everyone looked over simultaneously, only to see Tang San, who was at most 1.6 meters tall, with dark skin and a bear-like physique, walking towards them. You want to come too? Feng Xiaoshan was a bit surprised, then shook his head. Tang San, it's not that I look down on you, but I already know about your second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer. As the #1 tool spirit in the world, I admit it's very strong, but you haven't attached a spirit ring to it yet. Relying solely on blue-silver grass, it's impossible for you to be our opponent. You don't need to worry about that, just tell me if you dare or not. Although he said this, Tang San's gaze was fixed on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan said calmly, very well. Although I don't understand where you get your confidence, since a challenge has come to my door, there's no reason for me to back down. I accept. Good, we'll see each other on the arena. Tang San finished speaking, then turned and returned to the Shrek team's resting area. You're really going to duel him? Feng Xiaoshan glanced at the departing Tang San. Then he asked. Why not? Ning Chuan countered, not answering directly. True, after all, it's just a casual sword strike for you. Feng Xiaoshan nodded non-committally. You absolutely must not underestimate him, and his Clear Sky Hammer already has 2,000-year spirit rings attached to it. If you're not careful, you could suffer a great loss. Ning Chuan kindly reminded him. 2,000-year spirit rings. Feng Xiaoshan was startled, then said with interest, then I'm quite interested in him. On the other side, as soon as Tang San returned to the Shrek resting area, the Shrek members gathered around him. How was it, third brother? Did Ning Chuan agree? It was Oscar who spoke. Ever since Tang San agreed to let Tang Hao save him, this guy, in order to survive, shamelessly started calling Tang San third brother. Not just Ning Chuan, but Feng Xiaoshan as well, Tang San said faintly. Originally, he had only intended to duel Ning Chuan, as the new royal fight team's strength was indeed formidable, and they also had Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, 2 support system spirit masters, hidden. If it were a team battle, their chances of losing would likely be very high. So Tang San chose to duel Ning Chuan. This way, he could both increase their win rate and prove himself, demonstrating to the world that he wasn't a black bear or a piece of trash, but a genius, a true genius in every sense of the word. He just hadn't expected to encounter Feng Xiaoshan, which was a pleasant surprise. After all, Wind Spirit Academy's spirit masters were all flying spirit masters, and if it were a team battle, they would indeed be difficult to deal with. After the new royal fight team defeated Kanghui Academy, 5 more preliminary matches were held. Soon it was the new Shrek Academy's turn, and their opponent was none other than Blazing Academy, who had previously lost to the new royal fight team, Thunder Academy, and Tianui Academy. Surprisingly, against Blazing Academy, Tang San did not use the martial soul fusion skill, Evil Eye Green Tiger, this time. He didn't even let Yu Tianheng, the main attacker, participate. He replaced him with a substitute from the former Heaven Dew Royal Academy. However, his blue-silver grass was completely suppressed by Blazing Academy due to its lack of fire immunity, rendering it almost useless. At a critical moment, Tang San brought out the Clear Sky Hammer. 2 purple spirit rings rose, and as the first spirit ring lit up, the Clear Sky Hammer in Tang San's hand instantly turned golden, carrying an unmatched force. With one hammer, he struck Fire Wushwang, sending him flying off the competition stage. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Huo Wu was completely enraged. Her third spirit ring lit up, activating Resisting Fire Ring, directly expelling all members of the Shrek team, except for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu from the spirit fighting stage. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu in turn mimicked Ning Chuan by leaping high into the air, avoiding Huo Wu's Resisting Fire Ring. Then, Tang San's second spirit ring lit up. Second spirit ability, Demon Bear Hammer. Tang San roared. The clear sky hammer, which had been golden from the first spirit ring, turned gray, and behind him, a phantom of a great strength demon bear seemed to appear. As Tang San brought his hammer down, the phantom of the great strength demon bear charged towards Huo Wu and the others. Damn it, do you really think you're Ning Chuan? Seeing this familiar scene, Huo Wu gritted her silver teeth. While dodging the demon bear hammer, her fourth spirit ring lit up at some unknown moment. And the two blazing Academy support system spirit masters also instinctively applied all their support to her. At this moment, both of their spirit power completely merged into Huo Wu's body. To some extent, it could already be considered a 3-in-1 fusion skill. A massive white fireball gathered and condensed above Huo Wu's head, instantly obscuring the light of the spirit fighting arena. In the VIP section, Ning Fengjai exclaimed, to be able to control the spirit power of 3 people simultaneously, in terms of control over spirits alone, she's already enough to rank among the top 3 in the Heaven Do City division of this Soul Master competition. Bone Douluo teased, at the spirit ancestor level, this move's power cannot be underestimated. This time, that clear sky sect kid is going to suffer a great loss. Emperor Zhu Yi nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, that's true. It's just that Tang San, it's a bit regrettable. Such a twin spirit's genius, in the future, should have grown to be as powerful as Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong of Spirit Hall. But because of Yu Xiaogang, that charlatan who misled his disciples, he ended up with a disastrous spirit side effect and was forced to prematurely cultivate his second spirit, wasting 2 10,000-year spirit ring slots. Even if he could achieve titled Douluo in the future, he would probably never be able to compare to that Pope of Spirit Hall. As for Sarah's, he looked gleeful, secretly thinking, it seems Elder Ju and Elder Gui won't need to make a move. Chapter 162, The Hammer of Wisdom. It was clear that neither Ning Fengjai, Gu Rong, Emperor Zhu Yi, nor Sarah's believed that Tang San could withstand Huo Wu's blazing sun, which fused the spirit power of 2 spirit elders at level 39. But Ning Chuan shook his head. Could it be that the clear sky hammer really has a wisdom-reducing function? What do you mean? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Zhu Zhuking, Yi Lingling, Louise, and the other members of the new royal fight team also looked at him with curiosity. You'll know if you watch carefully for a while. Ning Chuan didn't explain, only telling them to continue observing the match. Just as Huo Wu was charging her power, Tang San had already stabilized himself. He gripped the clear sky hammer with both hands, swinging it rhythmically with the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, while shouting to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, Mubai, Xiao Wu, hide behind me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, needless to say, was a slacker who didn't care much about the outcome of the match. She immediately retreated to the edge of the arena behind Tang San, while not forgetting to feign an expression of concern for Tang San. Dai Mubai also said a word of concern for Tang San before retreating behind him. The slight difference was that his words were sincere, unlike Xiao Wu's pretense. When Tang San swung his 33rd hammer, Huo Wu finally completed her charge. The massive white fireball, under Huo Wu's control, smashed towards Tang San. Tang San quickly swung 2 more hammers, and the final hammer struck the white fireball unleashed by Huo Wu. The moment he swung the 36th hammer, Tang San's feet had already sunk deep into the arena floor. He shouted, Clear Sky Hammer Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, 36th Hammer. Boom! The white fireball and the clear sky hammer collided, consuming each other. The white fireball gradually dimmed, while the clear sky hammer quickly glowed red from the heat. In the end, the chaotic cloak hammer technique of the clear sky hammer, which had 2,000-year spirit rings attached and 36 hammers stacked, gained the upper hand. The white fireball was shattered first, then turned into sparks and vanished. You actually broke my blazing sun." Huo Wu's expression instantly withered. Her blazing sun just now had almost poured in all the spirit power of herself and 2 Fire-Star Spirit Masters. Yet, it still failed to defeat Tang San. Could it be that the world's #1 tool spirit was truly that powerful? It couldn't even win against the blazing sun, which had the spirit power of 3 people integrated into it. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai stood beside Tang San. He glanced at the 2 of them and confidently said to Huo Wu, "What, do you want to continue?" "We surrender." Huo Wu almost bit out this sentence through gritted teeth. Now his brother, Fire Wushwang, had been eliminated, and she and 2 Fire-Star Support System Spirit Masters were almost out of spirit power. Relying solely on the 2 Fire Crane level 39 Spirit Elders and the level 38 Fire Leopard Spirit Elder, it would be absolutely impossible to be opponents to the 3 Spirit Ancestors on the other side. At this moment, Huo Wu looked at Tang San with extreme unwillingness, even more unwilling than when she lost to Ning Chuan before. The slight difference was that, because Ning Chuan's innate talent was only half a level of innate spirit power, Huo Wu was unwilling to lose to someone with much lower talent than herself. But losing to Tang San was unwilling because she had lost to such an ugly trash man, which severely damaged her self-esteem. She was almost on the verge of tears from the grievance. Boom! The audience stands erupted into an uproar, with various discussions rising and falling. Whether they supported Blazing Academy or not, everyone was shouting in anger. Because Shrek defeating Blazing Academy meant that the Shrek team, composed of trash men, would advance without further obstruction. Even if they lost all their upcoming matches against the new Royal Fight Team, Tianui Academy, Thunder Academy, and Wind Spirit Academy, the 4 top 6 teams they hadn't faced yet, they would still qualify. He actually blocked it. Is the Clear Sky Hammer spirit really that powerful? While the members of the new Royal Fight Team were very surprised, they couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. It could achieve this much by only absorbing 2,000-year spirit rings. One must know that Huo Wu's move, the Blazing Sun, which fused 2 support system Spirit Masters, was not weak. Looking at the entire Soul Master competition, in terms of attack power, it was second only to Ning Chuan's 10,000-year spirit ability. But why did you say the Clear Sky Hammer reduces wisdom? Feng Xiaoshan asked in confusion. After the Shrek team entered the arena, he did not leave, but chose to stay in the new Royal Fight Team's resting area to watch the match together. This, you'll know after you fight him. What Ning Chuan was playing at was the idea that there's no harm without comparison. If Tang San didn't defeat Feng Xiaoshan, then how could his own prowess be highlighted after defeating Tang San? Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that Wind Spirit Academy had to encounter Shrek before the new Royal Fight Team. All right, Feng Xiaoshan didn't ask further. Although Tang San's move just now blocked the Blazing Sun, he also had his own confidence. Who was stronger, him or Tang San, could only be known after a fight. After Feng Xiaoshan left, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask, "Ning Chuan, you said before that the Clear Sky Hammer reduces wisdom. What exactly is going on? Does using the Clear Sky Hammer lower Tang San's IQ?" "It's not about lowering Tang San's IQ, but rather lowering the IQ of Tang San's opponents. Haven't you noticed that when facing Blazing Academy earlier, Fire Wushwang, when facing Tang San, wasn't thinking about how to defeat Tang San, but rather how to defeat the Clear Sky Hammer, foolishly ramming his head against the Clear Sky Hammer. And Huo Wu too. It seems she was afraid her attack wouldn't be caught by Tang San, so she actively sent it towards the Clear Sky Hammer." Ning Chuan said. Upon hearing this, The new Royal Fight team members instantly felt a sense of sudden enlightenment, as if some shackles within their bodies had been opened. It was true, if any of them were to enter the arena and face Tang San's clear sky hammer, it seemed they would also immediately think about how to attack the clear sky hammer, rather than attacking Tang San himself. It was as if all of this was instinct. At the same time, not far from the new Royal Fight team's resting area, a group of young maidens were watching them. "Sister, look quickly. That new Royal Fight team captain, Ning Chuan, is so handsome." The speaker was Shui Yuer, the younger sister of Shui Binger, captain of Tianui Academy. Just like in the original story, she was once again infatuated. "Yuer, I remember you seemed to say before that Shrek's Dai Mubai was more handsome and more to your aesthetic, so why is it Ning Chuan today?" Zhu Wu, the vice-captain of Tianui Academy, teased. "Sister Zhu Wu, don't make fun of me. He's an eunuch." Shui Yuer's pretty face flushed at a visible rate. Initially, she did indeed find Dai Mubai appealing to her aesthetic, especially his eyes with their double pupils, but after Dai Mubai revealed he was an eunuch, Shui Yuer was completely stunned. For this, the other members of Tianui Academy had not stopped teasing her about it. "All right, stop messing around, all of you. The match is about to begin. For the remaining few matches, unless we get a bye, we will definitely encounter the new Royal Fight team. Although we have already qualified, we must go all out." Chapter 163, Battle Against the Girl Group Members. As Waterbinger spoke, Ning Chuan, who noticed the gaze of the Tianui Academy members, also happened to look over, meeting Waterbinger's eyes. It must be said that Waterbinger was indeed very beautiful. Possessing the top-tier beast spirit Ice Phoenix, her beauty was in no way inferior to Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuking. Perhaps only Yi Lingling, whose spirit had evolved into Sacred Heart Begonia, could slightly surpass her. Seeing Ning Chuan look at her, Waterbinger, as the captain of Tianui Academy, returned his gaze without yielding. Ning Chuan smiled, unconcerned. At this moment, Shui Yuer, noticing the two of them looking at each other, seized the opportunity to tease. "Sister, you don't think the captain of this new Royal Fight team has fallen for you, do you? I heard he's quite the philanderer. Almost all the girls in the new Royal Fight team have been taken by him." Waterbinger glared at her younger sister, but in her heart, she was pondering how to defeat Ning Chuan. After much thought, it seemed only the martial soul fusion skill offered a slight chance of victory. One day later, the new Royal Fight team welcomed their 22nd opponent, Thunder Academy. To many people's surprise, they chose to forfeit. 2 more days passed, leaving only the last 3 matches before the preliminaries would conclude. And the opponent faced by the new Royal Fight team was none other than the all-female Tianui Academy. Joining them on stage was also the Shrek team, whose opponent was Thunder Academy. Just like when they dealt with Blazing Academy, Elephant Armor Academy, and Kanghui Academy. This time, the new Royal Fight team still consisted of Ning Chuan, Zhu Zhuking, the Shi brothers, Yu Feng, Oslo, and Huang Jia, who was there just for show. At the referee's signal, both sides lined up and bowed to each other. Ning Chuan stood opposite Waterbinger. Seeing Waterbinger up close for the first time, even Ning Chuan, who was well prepared, couldn't help but be amazed. If Xiao Wu's beauty was cuteness, Zhu Zhuking's beauty was cold elegance, Ning Rongrong's beauty was mischievousness, Yi Lingling's beauty was saintly fairy-like, and Louise's beauty was maturity and inclusiveness. Huo Wu's beauty was passionate like fire with a hint of feistiness. Then Waterbinger's beauty was tenderness like water mixed with wisdom, especially her eyes, which always radiated a wise light. Unlike Yu Xiaogang's self-righteous, fake wisdom, Waterbinger was genuinely intelligent, not like Yu Xiaogang's big wisdom. If not for the limitations of her perspective and environment, Ning Chuan had no doubt she could achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Most importantly, she had cultivated to 43rd rank at the age of 16 without refining an immortal herb, which was truly remarkable. While Ning Chuan was secretly observing Waterbinger was also observing Ning Chuan. In terms of appearance alone, he was undoubtedly a rare, handsome man, and in terms of physique, he was unmatched. At least, she had never seen any male with a better physique than Ning Chuan. Broad shoulders, slender body, long legs, yet without the bulkiness of a muscular man, like a work of art from nature. It was truly hard to imagine how he had managed to cultivate such a perfect physique. Most importantly, it was his aura. She saw a confidence in Ning Chuan, an incredibly strong confidence, as if he were a naturally undefeated powerhouse. In this world, no one could defeat him. No one could escape his control. Just like the almost impossible-to-exist divinity in legends. As a result, she involuntarily felt infinitely small in his presence. To show respect for Ning Chuan, Waterbinger uncharacteristically took the initiative to announce her name and rank. Tianui Academy Captain, Waterbinger, 43rd rank Control System Battle Soul Grandmaster. Please advise. Hearing Waterbinger's words, the new Royal Fight team members showed no surprise, because Louise had already collected intelligence on Tianui Academy before this, and Ning Chuan had even added to it. Ning Chuan was always someone who responded well to gentleness but not to force, and he also had a great fondness for this girl, so he immediately announced his own. New Royal Fight Team Captain, Ning Chuan, 48th rank Attack System Battle Soul Ancestor. Please advise. As his words fell, Shui Yuir, who stood beside Waterbinger and bore some resemblance to her, also announced her own. Shui Yuir, 36th rank Agility Attack System Battle Soul Grandmaster. At these words, everyone, whether from the new Royal Fight Team or Tianui Academy, and even the referee, was stunned. One must know this was a competition, not a sparring match. Normally, it was respectful enough for both captains to announce their names and ranks. What was this little girl up to now? Shui Yuir certainly knew her words seemed a bit abrupt, but she was a very generous girl, and made no secret of her interest in Ning Chuan, her beautiful big eyes fixed on Ning Chuan from beginning to end. Now, the more she looked at Ning Chuan, the more handsome he seemed. How had she been dazzled by that eunuch Dai Mubai before? And Ning Chuan, familiar with the original work, could easily discern Shui Yuir's thoughts, knowing that because Dai Mubai had become a eunuch, he had taken over her script. However, while he liked beautiful women, he also had his own pursuits. Except for Louise and Xiao Wu, who were due to feelings developing over time, the others had to be the more prominent beauties from the original work. Beauties like Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingaling were his type. Of course, Ning Chuan was most interested in the mother-daughter pair of Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rengsu. He wished he could succeed in picking them sooner. Shui Yuir was even less significant in Ning Chuan's heart than the already deceased Dugu Yan, so how could he be interested in her? As for Waterbinger, well, he would leave it to fate. Zhu Zhuqing didn't know Ning Chuan's thoughts, but she vaguely saw that this Shui Yuir was the type of infatuated girl who couldn't move when she saw a handsome man. She would certainly not accept such a person as a member of their Ning family. So she spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Chuan's girlfriend, 43rd rank Agility Attack System Battle Soul Ancestor. Unexpectedly, Shui Yuir didn't play by the rules at all. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing call herself Ning Chuan's girlfriend, not only did she not get angry, but she acted very familiar. So it's Sister Zhuqing, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. In Tianui Academy, rankings were based on strength, so Shui Yuir's address off sister came very naturally. Furthermore, Due to her upbringing and the fact that she and Waterbinger were half-sisters, she was not averse to men having multiple wives and concubines. This completely stumped Zhu Zhuqing, who subconsciously glanced at Ning Chuan, thinking, "Is there something wrong with this child's brain?" The referee didn't want to delay any longer and signaled both sides to release their spirits, starting in 1 minute. This time, Ning Chuan uncharacteristically didn't stand at the very front, but instead let Zhu Zhuqing be the main attacker, with the Shi brothers guarding her left and right. He himself stood behind Zhu Zhuqing in the center, with Yu Feng and Oslo to his left and right. Chapter 164I, Ning Chuan. Am willing to call you the strongest. As for the extra, Huang Jia, after experiencing the previous 20-odd matches, he already knew he was a nobody and very consciously stood at the very back. Let an agility attack system Spirit Master be the main attacker. Waterbinger was greatly surprised, but she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Both sides immediately arrayed their formations. 3 attack system Spirit Masters stood at the very front, with Waterbinger, Shui Yuir, and another agility attack system Spirit Master from Tianui Academy in the middle. Tianui Academy's vice-captain, Zhu Wu, stood at the very back. When both sides released their spirits and spirit rings, Tianui Academy's strength was revealed. 3 spirit ancestors and 4 spirit elders. The 3 spirit ancestors were Waterbinger, Zhu Wu, and an attack system sole Grandmaster from Tianui Academy standing at the front. When the referee announced the start of the match, Ning Chuan shouted 4 words, "Restriction Release." This restriction release was none other than a signal for Zhu Zhuqing to use mysterious heaven treasure, record martial arts such as Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, and Purple Demon Eye. Currently, the new Shrek team was battling Thunder Academy, and their opponents possessed 4 spirit ancestors, enough to keep them scrambling for a while. Ning Chuan wasn't worried about being seen by Tang San, and thus inviting retaliation from Old Mouse. When Ning Chuan's words fell, Zhu Zhuqing's entire aura changed. Waterbinger also noticed this. Her expression suddenly changed, and she urgently called out, "Everyone, be careful." While speaking, Zhu Zhuqing's first spirit ring already lit up. Using Hell Rush Stab as in lead, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, emitting black light, turned purple, and then she stepped on Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, charging forward alone. The Tianui Academy members had clearly witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's move before. Although they were dazzled by her bizarre speed, they knew that this move couldn't change her movement trajectory too much. Therefore, the 3 attack system Spirit Masters standing at the very front each unleashed their spirit abilities and closed in. They wanted to block Zhu Zhuqing's path, but to their surprise, Zhu Zhuqing's figure merely flickered, and she passed through the trio's encirclement like a ghost. Her target was Waterbinger, who was behind them. At the same time, the Shi brothers also transformed into ninja turtles and charged over. As for Ning Chuan, he directly launched a sword light from a distance. Not good. Waterbinger had clearly been guarding against Ning Chuan's incredibly fast sword light, which was enough to instantly kill an attack system spirit ancestor. As Zhu Zhuqing charged over, her first spirit ring had already lit up. She didn't shout the spirit ability name, but Ning Chuan knew this move of hers was called Ice Seal, an instant cast area control skill. The most crucial part was the spiritual lock. In an instant, including Ning Chuan and the Shi brothers, they only felt a chill around them, and immediately all were frozen within a block of ice. However, as Waterbinger activated this spirit ability, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shone with a brilliant purple light, interfering with Waterbinger's spiritual lock, causing her to react half a beat slower and dodge the ice seal in advance. And her target was not Waterbinger at all, but Zhu Wu, who was a support system spirit master. While using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to dodge the ice seal, she circled behind Zhu Wu, and Hell Rush Stab accurately landed on Zhu Wu's right shoulder. She grabbed her and threw her off the soul fighting arena. What? Waterbinger was greatly alarmed. She never expected that Zhu Zhuking of this new royal fight team possessed such terrifying strength. She was almost like a completely different person compared to the previous matches. With a single move, she dodged the encirclement of their 3-attack system Spirit Masters, avoided her Ice Seal, and eliminated their support system Spirit Master in one fell swoop. This ability to take the enemy general's head from amidst a myriad of soldiers was simply astonishing. Crack! The ice block that had frozen Ning Chuan was destroyed in just an instant, and then the Shi brothers also broke free from their restraints. Although Waterbinger could freeze them again, she already understood that the reason Ning Chuan allowed her to freeze him was clearly to attract her attention, all to create an opportunity for Zhu Zhuking to eliminate their support system Spirit Master. Now that Zhu Wu was gone, she could no longer use the martial soul fusion skill, ice and snow drifting. Without ice and snow drifting, it would be impossible to be Ning Chuan's opponent, so there was no need for this match to continue. Just as the new Royal Fight team members were planning to continue their attack, Waterbinger decisively raised her hand and surrendered. We concede. Whoosh! A lively discussion immediately erupted in the audience stands. Although Zhu Zhuking displayed unprecedented strength, Waterbinger's concession left everyone puzzled. Waterbinger didn't explain much, but instead walked directly up to Ning Chuan and said, "You deliberately let me freeze you earlier, didn't you?" "Was it that obvious?" Ning Chuan smiled indifferently. Waterbinger sighed, "You really have gathered all our intelligence." Her first spirit ability's biggest secret was the spiritual lock through ice sealing. Even this was predicted. Undoubtedly, she lost thoroughly. Ning Chuan neither confirmed nor denied. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. But you are also very clever to react in that situation. Another control system Spirit Master of the same level wouldn't be able to do it, and you were even able to make the decisive choice to concede. Among the girls I've met, no one can compare to your wisdom. I, Ning Chuan, am willing to call you the strongest. The strongest? Waterbinger was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Ning Chuan to have such a high opinion of her. Then she also smiled and responded, "You are also the smartest boy I have ever met." The atmosphere between the two suddenly became subtle. At this moment, Zhu Zhuking walked over. She slowly retracted her spirit into her body, then glared at Ning Chuan and very forcefully pulled him off the soul fighting arena. Ning Chuan gave Waterbinger an embarrassed smile and didn't resist. The other members of the new royal fight team exchanged smiles and followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, many people in the spectator stands showed ant-like smiles. They all said Ning Chuan was a playboy, and now it seemed it was true. He had hooked up with Tianui Academy's captain so quickly. In the VIP section, Emperor Zhu Yi sighed. It truly is a waste to be young and not be romantic. Although it was a sigh, he was thinking to himself, King he is already like a brother to Ning Chuan. Should I also bring that girl Zhu Qi to meet him and make it an even closer relationship? The preliminaries continued, and it wasn't long before Thunder Academy and Shrek team also determined a winner. Facing Thunder Academy, Shrek almost fielded their strongest lineup, excluding Ning Tao. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the strongest extra from the original Heavendew Royal Academy vice-captain took the stage. In this match, Oscar's sausage played a huge role. Although its effect only lasted for 1 minute, it could grant a Spirit Master speed no less than that of an agility attack system Spirit Ancestor, directly raising the new Shrek team's overall strength by a level. Then, under the continuous output of Tang San using the clear sky hammer, Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, and Xiao Wu, the four attack system spirit ancestors, Thunder Academy lost very thoroughly. As a side note, Thunder Academy's captain, Jade Heavenheart, was defeated by Yu Tianheng. Jade Heavenheart's strength was already slightly inferior to Yu Tianheng's, and with the speed of an agility attack system spirit ancestor, Yu Tianheng was like a tiger with wings. Defeating Jade Heavenheart didn't take much effort. Chapter 165, Tang San's External Soul Bone. After the Shrek team successively defeated Blazing Academy and Thunder Academy, Feng Xia Ocean truly acknowledged Tang San as a formidable opponent. He found Ning Chuan and Tang San, and the three of them informed the referee of their decision to settle the outcome between the three teams with a one-on-one match. This had never happened before in the preliminaries, so the referee couldn't make the decision and reported it to the Soul Master Competition Organizing Committee, which consisted of Ning Fengzhai, Emperor Zhu Yi, and Bishop Salas. Although the three of them had their own ulterior motives, they genuinely wanted to make this Soul Master competition a success. To increase the excitement of the competition, the Soul Master Committee unanimously decided to extend the original 27 rounds to 28 rounds. Ning Chuan, Feng Xia Ocean, and Tang San would face each other in the 28th round. The competition quickly reached the 26th round. The Shrek team faced Tianui Academy. Just like in the original story, Tang San was completely restrained by Waterbinger from the start. It was the kind of situation that would make one's mentality explode. Under the freezing effect of Waterbinger's spirit-locked group control spirit ability, Tang San's blue-silver grass was even more fragile than when he faced Blazing Academy. His mentality nearly collapsed. Although he eventually relied on Clear Sky Hammer, Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's lightning attribute, and Ma Hongzhen's fire attribute to turn the tide, this gave Waterbinger an opportunity. She and Zhu Wu unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, ice and snow drifting. In midair, as the martial soul fusion skill ice and snow drifting was completed, snowflakes condensed, and a giant blue phoenix over 7 meters long materialized out of thin air. This was an ice phoenix. The moment the ice phoenix appeared, Tang San did not complete the martial soul fusion skill with Dai Mubai. Instead, he shouted, "Mubai, Xiao Wu, Tianheng, quickly get off the fighting stage." Because he knew that, in terms of attack power alone, their evil eye green tiger would not be able to block Waterbinger and Zhu Wu's martial soul fusion skill. This involved issues of spirit quality and spirit power. Firstly, their spirit power levels were 42 and 41 respectively, which were inferior to Waterbinger's 43 and Zhu Wu's 42. Then there was the spirit quality. Dai Mubai's white tiger and his blue-silver grass were incomparable to Waterbinger's ice phoenix and Zhu Wu's fine dance snow satin. A head-on clash would only result in defeat, with no other possibility. Moreover, he had already expended most of his spirit power earlier to deal with Waterbinger's various spirit abilities, making it impossible to complete the martial soul fusion skill. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu used teleportation and immediately left the fighting stage without the slightest hesitation. As she put it, she trusted Black Bro. Then came Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng, and the rest of Shrek. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched this scene. In the original story, Tang San relied on the 8-spider Lance's catapult ability to evade Waterbinger's martial soul fusion skill. So now, what would he do? The ice phoenix in the air spoke with Waterbinger's somewhat angry voice. "Are you trying to die? Get back quickly, I'm losing control." "What a kind girl," Tang San smiled faintly, revealing his unusually pale teeth against his skin. "Come on." A cold current surged, and a massive amount of energy poured down. Waterbinger could no longer control the giant ice phoenix, which descended from the sky. Facing this attack that almost covered the entire fighting stage, Tang San remained completely unfazed. Just as the ice phoenix was about to land, 8 gray spider legs extended from Tang San's back. Although they weren't as slender and powerful as a man-faced demon spider's legs, they propped him up when his body was locked by the cold current and unable to move, then launched him upwards. Upon reaching high altitude, Tang San immediately retracted these spider legs, which he considered his trump card, to avoid being discovered by others. Ning Chuan saw all of this. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Louise, and Yilingaling, who also cultivated Purple Demon Eye, saw it too. The 5 of them exchanged glances. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask softly, "Ning Chuan, what was that just now?" Ning Chuan said calmly, "Underground devil spider legs. It seems he's obtained an external spirit bone." Is this what it means to be a created child of destiny? He lost the man-faced demon spider external spirit bone, then got a black widow external soul bone. Now he lost the immortal herb and got an underground devil spider external spirit bone. Although this underground devil spider has no poison, its digging ability is unique, making it a life-saving tool. At the same time, Ning Chuan finally understood how Tang San had managed to raise his spirit power to 42 in just over a month. Unless he absorbed a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, it would be impossible with an underground devil spider spirit ring of at most 7 or 8,000 years. However, it was fortunate that Ning Chuan had transferred the side effects to Tang San when the 8 spider lance's external spirit bone was not fully integrated. Even if he fully integrated this external spirit bone, it could still be stripped away. I just don't know how much this underground devil spider external spirit bone can boost Tang San's attributes. It seems I need to find an opportunity to strip this external spirit bone from Tang San. Lingaling doesn't have a single spirit bone on her right now, and it's not right for this spirit bone to always be on that good-for-nothing, Ning Chuan thought to himself. Just as Ning Chuan was thinking about how to strip Tang San's external spirit bone, the ice phoenix formed by Waterbinger and Zhu Wu had completely descended. The arena instantly froze, completely covered in a blue light, and then collapsed with a roar. This could be said to be the most destructive move since the start of the Soul Master competition. Even Ning Chuan's previous 10,000-year spirit ability that instantly killed 7 members of Elephant Armor Academy was somewhat inferior. At least in terms of attack range, it was. "How on earth did you do that?" Waterbinger asked the same question as in the original story. One must know that the coldness of ice and snow drifting was not something ordinary people could withstand. It was enough to slow down spirit masters below 60 levels. But Tang San had managed it. In the original story, Tang San also dealt with it using his blue-silver grass's ice immunity, but now he didn't have ice immunity, so he didn't explain much. After Waterbinger, feeling that she had severely overdrawn her spirit power by using the martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Wu, conceded, and the referee announced Shrek's victory, Tang San walked off the fighting stage. However, he wasn't as happy as one might imagine. Instead, he fell into the same self-isolating state as in the original story. No, to be precise, he was even more self-isolated than in the original story. It was one thing for his blue-silver grass to be completely countered by Blazing Academy earlier. He could comfort himself by saying his spirit's attribute was countered, and he even won by using his second spirit, Clear Sky Hammer. But this time, he was completely controlled by Waterbinger from beginning to end. In fact, if not for this external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, he would have already lost. Thinking of this, Tang San hated Yu Xiaogang even more. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang causing him to absorb 3 poison attribute spirit rings, his blue-silver grass spirit wouldn't be so useless. Conversely, if he had cultivated according to Master Louise's theory, even if he still couldn't avoid being countered by Blazing Academy's fire attribute spirits, he would definitely be much stronger than he was now. He wouldn't be so helpless against Water Binger. Indeed, that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang truly deserved to die Chapter 166 final qualifying round. One day later, the 27th round of the preliminaries also concluded. However, the crowd did not disperse. This was because the spectators had received prior notice. Today, Ning Chuan, Feng Xiaoshan, and Tang San would engage in 2-on-2 duels. The outcome of their matches would determine the winners between the new Royal Fight Team, Wind Spirit Academy, and the Shrek team. Emperor Zhu, he placed great importance on this final round of competition. Thus, he personally stood up to announce the start of the match, the first match of the 28th round, Feng Xiaoshan versus Tang San. The battlefield for the two was, without a doubt, the central main spirit fighting arena. After a night of repairs, the arena, which had been damaged yesterday by Water Binger and Zhu Wu's martial soul fusion skill, ice and snow drifting, had been restored. Before the competition started, I never expected you to reach this stage. This was the first thing Feng Xiaoshan said after stepping onto the stage. He looked at Tang San's dark, bear-like face and short stature, his expression not contemptuous, but solemn. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, or whether Tang San was a filthy person, the fact remained that he had led the Shrek team to successively defeat Elephant Armor Academy, Blazing Academy, Thunder Academy, and Tianui Academy. These were undeniable facts. As for the previous loss to Kanghui Academy, one could only say that no one expected them to master the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Being caught off guard was understandable. Tang San smiled faintly, revealing the only white part of his entire body, his teeth. There's a lot more you haven't thought of. Feng Xiaoshan said, all right, although the target I want to defeat isn't you. Experiencing the might of the clear sky hammer before facing Ning Chuan won't be in vain for this trip. At this moment, the referee walked over, signaling both sides to summon their spirits. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Tang San raised his right palm, blue light surging in his palm. At this moment, his mindset had returned to the calm he had before his duel with Water Binger, because yesterday Tang Rishan, seeing his will so dispirited, had given him a dose of paternal education and poured some soul-stirring chicken soup into him. I should have said it already, what I want to experience is the clear sky hammer. At this moment, Feng Xiaoshan had also summoned his spirit, a phantom of a double-headed storm wolf appearing behind him. His spirit was the double-headed storm wolf. His spirit rings were also 2 yellow and 2 purple, but it possessed both agility attack system and strong attack system characteristics. Seeing Tang San use blue-silver grass against him, he couldn't help but let out an angry wolf howl. If you can force out my clear sky hammer. Tang San still maintained that calm demeanor. This was Tang San, a guy with a fragile, unloved heart, but as long as people kept feeding him soul-stirring chicken soup, he could remain confident. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoshan said no more. After the referee announced the start, he moved, charging towards Tang San with a speed no less than that of an agility attack system spirit master of the same rank, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. In just a few blinks of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Tang San, extending sharp wolf claws to grab at Tang San's body. So fast! Tang San was startled in his heart and dared not be careless in the slightest. He stepped out with ghost shadow perplexing track, narrowly dodging Feng Xiaoshan's wolf claws by shifting his body, while his hands quietly covered themselves with a layer of glistening white, reaching directly for Feng Xiaoshen's wrist. As long as he could grasp the opponent's wrist, he could use mysterious jade hand to lock the opponent's meridians, and then the match would be over. However, Feng Xiaoshen was clearly not so easy to deal with. In terms of individual strength, he could be said to be the strongest among the 4 element academies. Moreover, after Tang San exposed Mysterious Heaven Treasure record in his previous fight against Kanghui Academy, some people had already begun to wonder what exactly Mysterious Heaven Treasure record was. And this mysterious jade hand and this strange footwork were clearly self-created spirit abilities, thus also under suspicion. As Tang San reached for his wrist, his first spirit ring already lit up, and a swirling wind blade appeared in each of his palms. As soon as Tang San's hand touched, it was repelled by the swirling wind blade, sparks flying everywhere, causing a stinging pain in Tang San's palm. He quickly retreated. That footwork just now and the way your hands turned glistening white, that must be the spirit ability from that stolen Mysterious Heaven Treasure record, right? It can even block my wind blades, but if you don't use the Clear Sky Hammer next, you're bound to lose. First spirit ability, Wind Blade Array. The light of the first spirit ring continued to bloom. After Feng Xiaoshen threw out the 2 swirling wind blades in his hands, he consecutively threw out 8 more, a total of 10 wind blades, attacking Tang San and completely surrounding him. Damn it! Tang San was secretly annoyed, not at Feng Xiaoshen's strength, but because the opponent had revealed the secret of his Mysterious Heaven Treasure record. Since even Feng Xiaoshen knew so clearly, then what about others? Thinking of this, Tang San no longer hid. His first and second spirit rings lit up consecutively. Wherever the wind blades passed, clusters of blue-black, blue-silver grass shot out. Although they were all shattered by the wind blades, he gained time to dodge. While using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to evade the wind blades, his 4th spirit ring lit up. He summoned a blue-silver prison to instantly restrain Feng Xiaoshen, then released his Clear Sky Hammer, and with a lunge, he fiercely smashed towards Feng Xiaoshen. At this moment, the disadvantage of not being able to use 2 spirits simultaneously became apparent. The blue-silver prison, losing Tang San's spirit power control, only hindered Feng Xiaoshen for an instant before being cut open by Feng Xiaoshen's re-released Wind Blade Array. By the time Tang San got close, Feng Xiaoshen's 2nd and 3rd spirit rings had already lit up. The double-headed storm wolf phantom on his body instantly merged with his body. Attack, defense, and agility increased by 50%. At the same time, a pair of huge green wings spread out from his back. The moment before Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer landed, he flew 50 meters into the sky. Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer swung through the air, hitting the ground and causing a tremor. Feng Xiaoshen said from high in the sky, "Tang San, your stolen Mysterious Heaven Treasure record is indeed very powerful, but I also have self-created spirit abilities. Today, I'll let you witness my Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes, which I originally intended to use to defeat Ning Chuan." After speaking, Feng Xiaoshen no longer hesitated. In the air, he unleashed his self-created spirit ability, Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. And Tang San's mindset was on the verge of exploding from Feng Xiaoshen's constant stolen Mysterious Heaven Treasure record. Now he just wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. "Shut up!" he roared, switching his Clear Sky Hammer to blue-silver grass. Clusters of blue-silver grass rose from the ground, forming a bouncing net. Tang San leaped onto it, using the rebound force to fly towards Feng Xiaoshen. Once in the air, 2 purple spirit rings rose. He switched to his Clear Sky Hammer, and his 2nd spirit ring lit up, unleashing a great strength demon bear phantom towards Feng Xiaoshen. Fourth spirit ability, Demon Wolf Storm. The green twin wings and twin arms merged into one, transforming into a pair of green light blades. Feng Zai Ocean waved his arms, and the sky-filling gale transformed into a double-headed storm wolf phantom, even larger than the great strength demon bear phantom. Meeting Tang San's clear sky hammer's second spirit ability. Demon Bear Hammer Chapter 166, Final Qualifying Round. One day later, the 27th round of the preliminaries also concluded. However, the crowd did not disperse. This was because the spectators had received prior notice. Today, Ning Chuan, Feng Zai Ocean, and Tang San would engage in 2-on-2 duels. The outcome of their matches would determine the winners between the new Royal Fight Team, Wind Spirit Academy, and the Shrek team. Emperor Zhu, he placed great importance on this final round of competition. Thus, he personally stood up to announce the start of the match, the first match of the 28th round, Feng Zai Ocean versus Tang San. The battlefield for the two was, without a doubt, the central main spirit fighting arena. After a night of repairs, the arena, which had been damaged yesterday by Water Binger and Zhu Wu's martial soul fusion skill, ice and snow drifting, had been restored. Before the competition started, I never expected you to reach this stage. This was the first thing Feng Zai Ocean said after stepping onto the stage. He looked at Tang San's dark, bear-like face and short stature, his expression not contemptuous, but solemn. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, or whether Tang San was a filthy person, the fact remained that he had led the Shrek team to successively defeat Elephant Armor Academy, Blazing Academy, Thunder Academy, and Tianui Academy. These were undeniable facts. As for the previous loss to Kanghui Academy, one could only say that no one expected them to master the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Being caught off guard was understandable. Tang San smiled faintly, revealing the only white part of his entire body, his teeth. There's a lot more you haven't thought of. Feng Zai Ocean said, all right, although the target I want to defeat isn't you. Experiencing the might of the clear sky hammer before facing Ning Chuan won't be in vain for this trip. At this moment, the referee walked over, signaling both sides to summon their spirits. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Tang San raised his right palm, blue light surging in his palm. At this moment, his mindset had returned to the calm he had before his duel with Water Binger, because yesterday Tang Rishan, seeing his will so dispirited, had given him a dose of paternal education and poured some soul-stirring chicken soup into him. I should have said it already, what I want to experience is the clear sky hammer. At this moment, Feng Zai Ocean had also summoned his spirit, a phantom of a double-headed storm wolf appearing behind him. His spirit was the double-headed storm wolf. His spirit rings were also 2 yellow and 2 purple, but it possessed both agility attack system and strong attack system characteristics. Seeing Tang San use blue-silver grass against him, he couldn't help but let out an angry wolf howl. If you can force out my clear sky hammer. Tang San still maintained that calm demeanor. This was Tang San, a guy with a fragile, unloved heart, but as long as people kept feeding him soul-stirring chicken soup, he could remain confident. Upon hearing this, Feng Zai Ocean said no more. After the referee announced the start, he moved, charging towards Tang San with a speed no less than that of an agility attack system spirit master of the same rank, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. In just a few blinks of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Tang San, extending sharp wolf claws to grab at Tang San's body. So fast! Tang San was startled in his heart and dared not be careless in the slightest. He stepped out with ghost shadow perplexing track, narrowly dodging Feng Zai Ocean's wolf claws by shifting his body, while his hands quietly covered themselves with a layer of glistening white, reaching directly for Feng Zai Ocean's wrist. As long as he could grasp the opponent's wrist, he could use mysterious jade hand to lock the opponent's meridians, and then the match would be over. However, Feng Zai Ocean was clearly not so easy to deal with. In terms of individual strength, he could be said to be the strongest among the 4 element academies. Moreover, after Tang San exposed mysterious heaven treasure record in his previous fight against Kanghui Academy, some people had already begun to wonder what exactly mysterious heaven treasure record was. And this mysterious jade hand and this strange footwork were clearly self-created spirit abilities, thus also under suspicion. As Tang San reached for his wrist, his first spirit ring already lit up, and a swirling wind blade appeared in each of his palms. As soon as Tang San's hand touched, it was repelled by the swirling wind blade, sparks flying everywhere, causing a stinging pain in Tang San's palm. He quickly retreated. That footwork just now and the way your hands turned glistening white, that must be the spirit ability from that stolen mysterious heaven treasure record, right? It can even block my wind blades, but if you don't use the clear sky hammer next, you're bound to lose. First spirit ability, Wind Blade Array. The light of the first spirit ring continued to bloom. After Feng Zai Ocean threw out the 2 swirling wind blades in his hands, he consecutively threw out 8 more, a total of 10 wind blades, attacking Tang San and completely surrounding him. Damn it! Tang San was secretly annoyed, not at Feng Zai Ocean's strength, but because the opponent had revealed the secret of his mysterious heaven treasure record. Since even Feng Zai Ocean knew so clearly, then what about others? Thinking of this, Tang San no longer hid. His first and second spirit rings lit up consecutively. Wherever the wind blades passed, clusters of blue-black, blue-silver grass shot out. Although they were all shattered by the wind blades, he gained time to dodge. While using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to evade the wind blades, his 4th spirit ring lit up. He summoned a blue-silver prison to instantly restrain Feng Zai Ocean, then released his clear sky hammer, and with a lunge, he fiercely smashed towards Feng Zai Ocean. At this moment, the disadvantage of not being able to use 2 spirits simultaneously became apparent. The blue-silver prison, losing Tang San's spirit power control, only hindered Feng Zai Ocean for an instant before being cut open by Feng Zai Ocean's re-released Wind Blade Array. By the time Tang San got close, Feng Zai Ocean's 2nd and 3rd spirit rings had already lit up. The double-headed storm wolf phantom on his body instantly merged with his body. Attack, defense, and agility increased by 50%. At the same time, a pair of huge green wings spread out from his back. The moment before Tang San's clear sky hammer landed, he flew 50 meters into the sky. Tang San's clear sky hammer swung through the air, hitting the ground and causing a tremor. Feng Zai Ocean said from high in the sky, "Tang San, your stolen mysterious heaven treasure record is indeed very powerful, but I also have self-created spirit abilities. Today, I'll let you witness my swift wind demon wolf 36 consecutive slashes, which I originally intended to use to defeat Ning Chuan." After speaking, Feng Zai Ocean no longer hesitated. In the air, he unleashed his self-created spirit ability, Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. And Tang San's mindset was on the verge of exploding from Feng Zai Ocean's constant stolen mysterious heaven treasure record. Now he just wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. "Shut up!" he roared, switching his clear sky hammer to blue-silver grass. Clusters of blue-silver grass rose from the ground, forming a bouncing net. Tang San leaped onto it, using the rebound force to fly towards Feng Zai Ocean. Once in the air, 2 purple spirit rings rose. He switched to his clear sky hammer, and his 2nd spirit ring lit up, unleashing a great strength demon bear phantom towards Feng Zai Ocean. 4th spirit ability, Demon Wolf Storm. The green twin wings and twin arms merged into one, transforming into a pair of green light blades. Feng Zai Ocean waved his arms, and the sky-filling gale transformed into a double-headed storm wolf phantom even larger than the great strength demon bear phantom, meeting Tang San's clear sky hammer's second spirit ability, Demon Bear Hammer Chapter 167. Kill Feng Xia Ocean instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the new royal fight team, including the extra Huang Jia, was speechless. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain. Why did he take that hit head-on? He was already in the air. Couldn't he have dodged and then released the storm devil wolf? Why did he have to take it with his head? Otherwise, the match could have ended. The others nodded in agreement. Ever since Ning Chuan pointed out the clear sky hammer's intelligence-reducing effect, they were no longer affected by its aura. Each of them had a preliminary strategy for dealing with the clear sky hammer. They no longer blindly rammed their heads into the hammer like everyone else. Ning Chuan said with a smile, "It's the intelligence-reducing hammer technique. What else could it be?" Ning Rongrong nodded speechlessly. Indeed, how is this different from ramming one's head into someone else's hammer? He actually caught it, and he even gained the upper hand. Suddenly, she let out a slight gasp. The imagined scene of Feng Xia Ocean being sent flying didn't happen. The two-headed demon wolf phantom formed by the strong wind, after colliding with the great strength demon bear phantom formed by Tang San's clear sky hammer spirit power, not only shattered the great strength demon bear phantom, but also struck Tang San's body, sending him and his hammer flying. Ning Chuan explained, the clear sky hammer's power is predicated on needing to gather force on the ground. Once it leaves the ground, the clear sky hammer's power is greatly reduced. Moreover, Feng Xia Ocean's spirit power is inherently higher than Tang San's, and his fourth spirit ring's age limit is only higher, not lower, than Tang San's clear sky hammer's second spirit ring. It's not surprising that he repelled Tang San. The new royal fight team members suddenly understood, but their gazes towards Ning Chuan were like looking at a monster. Everyone said his teacher Louise was a Grandmaster, but in their eyes, Ning Chuan was more like a Grandmaster, analyzing even the clear sky hammer's weaknesses with crystal clarity. Of course, Louise herself was indeed a Grandmaster, and to be able to teach a disciple like Ning Chuan who surpassed her, the title of Grandmaster Louise was well-deserved. However, Ning Chuan could see it, but that didn't mean others could. After Feng Xia Ocean repelled the clear sky hammer head-on, many people exclaimed, marveling at Feng Xia Ocean's strength. After Tang San flew and plowed the arena for over 10 meters, he finally managed to stabilize himself. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he also realized the clear sky hammer's weakness. However, Feng Xia Ocean obviously wouldn't give him time to think, and the swift wind demon wolf 36 consecutive slashes followed suit. Left with no choice, Tang San could only use the chaotic cloak hammer technique to meet the attack. As for the 8 spider lances, that was his biggest trump card, specifically reserved for dealing with Ning Chuan and Spirit Hall Academy. It couldn't be exposed for now. At this point, the intelligence-reducing hammer technique once again took effect. Feng Xia Ocean seemed as if he was afraid the clear sky hammer couldn't withstand his swift wind, demon wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Almost every slash was aimed directly at the hammerhead. The result was that the light blades formed by the wings, after all, could not be as solid as the clear sky hammer, and they shattered. Feng Xia Ocean himself also suffered a backlash, spitting blood and flying backward, falling to the ground. While the spectators sighed, they couldn't help but marvel at the power of the clear sky hammer spirit. For a moment, they even forgot that Tang San was a scumbag. They only felt that the clear sky hammer lived up to its name as the #1 tool spirit in the world. Feng Xia Ocean himself was no exception. I lost. The clear sky hammer truly lives up to its name as the #1 tool spirit in the world, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too far behind Ning Chuan's, and you will still lose to him. After losing to Tang San, Feng Ocean's face was filled with bitterness. However, although he still believed Tang San was no match for Ning Chuan, he only thought there was just a cultivation gap between them. You don't need to worry about that. Tang San was clearly still bothered by Feng Ocean's earlier remark, "Your stolen profound heaven has been exposed," so he showed no good face to Feng Ocean. At this moment, a burst of brilliant seven-colored light lit up above the main fighting stage, and at the same time, Soul Saint Shao Xin, the food system spirit saint from Shrek, was also invited. He offered his recovery candies. Half an hour later, Tang San and Feng Ocean fully recovered their spirit power and injuries with the healing of Ning Fengzai's 7 treasures true body, and the assistance of the candies from Soul Saint Shao Xin, a former Shrek teacher and now a senior teacher at Douluo Royal Academy. At this moment, it was finally Ning Chuan's turn to enter the arena. His opponent was Feng Ocean. The battle with Tang San, as the finale of the preliminaries, would be the last to appear. Do you understand the meaning of the clear sky hammer's intelligence-reducing effect now? Yellow, purple, and black 4 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. Ning Chuan did not rush to act after summoning his spirit, but instead asked. Feng Ocean shook his head blankly. At this moment, he still hadn't recovered from the blow of losing to Tang San, and his expression was somewhat dejected. It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing, but rather that he felt if he lost to Tang San, then he certainly wouldn't be a match for Ning Chuan. If he couldn't defeat Ning Chuan, his sister Huo Wu wouldn't agree to be with him. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan didn't explain further. Anyway, when he fought Tang San, the truth would be revealed. With a gentle flick of the long sword in his hand, Ning Chuan raised his hand and pointed at Feng Ocean, saying, "Unleash your swift-wind demon wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Otherwise, the battle will end very quickly." Good. Upon hearing this, Feng Ocean did not refuse. His second and third spirit rings lit up simultaneously, and he flew into the sky, quickly unleashing 35 consecutive slashes in the air. His 36th slash was aimed at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan stood still, unmoved, but a strong killing intent burst forth. As Feng Ocean was about to approach him, Ning Chuan quickly drew a sword Kai. The sword Kai and killing intent merged, forming the character kill. Feng Ocean's attack, layered with 36 slashes, landed on the character kill as if mud had fallen into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, the swift-wind twin wings, which had merged with his arms, were shattered by the sword Kai attached to the character kill. Feng Ocean slowly landed on the ground, unharmed, but staring blankly at everything. If Tang San's clear sky hammer had crushed his swift-wind twin wings' light blades with pure force, then Ning Chuan did it with sword Kai. At the same time, the entire arena was already buzzing with fervent discussion. Clearly, they were all shocked that Ning Chuan had so easily broken Feng Ocean's swift-wind demon wolf 36 consecutive slashes. However, Emperor Zhu Yi on the VIP stand had already recognized the sword technique Ning Chuan was using and exclaimed, "School Master Ning, this seems to be your sect's sword Douluo's 7-kill sword technique, right?" Ning Feng smiled slightly. "Indeed. My daughter and Ning Chuan are good friends. She once asked Uncle Sword to guide Ning Chuan for a period, so Uncle Sword can be considered half of Ning Chuan's teacher." Saying this, Ning Fengzai did not forget to make his usual provocative remarks in front of Spirit Hall. He pointedly glanced at Bishop Salas, and seeing the other party frown, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. At the same time, the Shrek members were already dumbfounded. Ma Hongjun gasped, so terrifying strength. You know, third brother struggled quite a bit to defeat Feng Ocean earlier, and he actually did it so easily. Third brother, do you have confidence? Dai Mubai frowned and looked at Tang San chapter 168 Ning Chuan vs Tang San. Tang San frowned, I can do it. Although he answered this way, the Shrek team members were still full of worry. Xiao Wu, worried that Tang San truly had some trump card to deal with Ning Chuan, quickly asked, Black Bro, have you thought of a way to deal with Ning Chuan yet? Tang San nodded, MHM. At the same time, because Ning Chuan instantly killed Feng Xiaoshan, after Ning Chuan's consent, the referee announced that the final match of the last round would begin immediately. Third brother, you should hurry and tell us what the plan is. You're scaring me to death, Xiao Wu said, her face filled with worry. Well, this wasn't an act. She was just worried about someone else, not Tang San. Seeing Xiao Wu's seemingly worried expression for him, Tang San felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, in this world, only Xiao Wu and his father truly cared about him. However, he still kept them in suspense. He turned and walked a few steps towards the arena, then looked back, revealing his bear-like face and said with a smile, You'll know later. After speaking, Tang San, under Xiao Wu's displeased gaze, leaped onto the arena. At this moment, the spectators' emotions had completely soared. Because the peak showdown of the preliminary round's final match was finally about to begin. Many people were curious whether the world's #1 tool spirit was more powerful, or if Ning Chuan's azure bamboo bee cloud sword would be superior. After all, the strength Ning Chuan had displayed earlier was clear for all to see. On the central main spirit fighting arena, the two stood 30 steps apart. On the left side of the arena, Tang San wore black clothes, his skin dark, his limbs short and thick, and his back slightly hunched. On the right side, Ning Chuan, dressed in golden robes, stood tall and straight, his face handsome, his physique and posture nearly perfect. The two formed a stark contrast. And this final match was not only a duel between the strongest participating students of the Heaven Dew Empire's preliminary round, but also a confrontation between the most handsome and the ugliest person. Undoubtedly, the audience's support for Ning Chuan was almost overwhelmingly one-sided. The referee signaled both sides to release their spirits. Raising his left palm, a dense black light emerged from Tang San's palm. He knew that using blue-silver grass was useless. Only the clear sky hammer could stand a chance against the opponent. Tang San gazed at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, since the awakening of my spirit, I never thought that you, who only had half a level of innate spirit power back then, could grow to this point today. Ning Chuan smiled and directly said something that would infuriate Tang San without consequence. I also didn't expect that you would ignore a Grandmaster like my teacher and instead go worship that Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. You, Ning Chuan's words could be said to have struck Tang San's sore spot. Because he himself had once fantasized about what it would be like if he hadn't apprenticed under Yu Xiaogang, but instead under Louise. Even Ning Chuan, a good for-nothing with half a level of innate spirit power, could grow to this day. Then he, a genius with innate full spirit power and Tang Sek's ultimate skills, would surely have already broken through to Spirit King. Thinking of this, as Tang San grew more resentful towards Yu Xiaogang, he also couldn't help but feel jealous of Ning Chuan. Whether it was Ning Chuan's experience, or Xiao Wu's almost confessional words to Ning Chuan earlier, all of it made Tang San incredibly envious, jealous, and hateful of Ning Chuan. Why? Why could Ning Chuan easily obtain the things he so desperately desired? And Ning Chuan didn't have to pay anything. Finally, he ruthlessly rejected Xiao Wu. Although this was the outcome he wanted to see, his most cherished possession was trampled upon by Ning Chuan as if it were worthless. Tang San's heart still couldn't bear it. So he had to win this battle. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually turned purple, and his hands also appeared a translucent white. He directly activated Purple Demon Eye and Mysterious Jade Hand. Match start. As the referee announced, the two in the arena moved almost simultaneously. Ning Chuan swung his sword with one hand, and the sword light that had previously instantly killed Fire Wushwang, the captain of Blazing Academy, reappeared in the eyes of the world. Tang San was greatly shocked. He had witnessed Ning Chuan's sword light before. But at this moment, this sword light was several tenths faster than when it dealt with Fire Wushwang, so much so that he could only vaguely discern the trajectory of Ning Chuan's sword light through his Purple Demon Eye. Did he hide his strength before? Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't tell him that it was because his mysterious heaven skill had broken through the 6th layer, and the quality of his spirit power had undergone a qualitative improvement. The sword light attacks derived from Sword Kai were naturally faster. There was no time for Tang San to think further. He could only subconsciously raise his clear sky hammer to block in front of his chest. Then he summoned the underground devil spider external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. Boom! The sword Kai landed on Tang San's chest, barely blocked by the clear sky hammer's handle, but it still sent him flying backward. Just as he was about to fly off the arena, at the critical moment, the 8 spider lances finally released themselves. They gripped the arena floor, leaving scratches half a foot deep and several feet long on the arena, and finally, he narrowly stopped at the edge of the arena, raising a trail of dust, thus avoiding being eliminated. Seeing this scene, all the spectators showed excited expressions. Although they already knew Ning Chuan was very strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. A casual sword Kai alone made Tang San unable to parry. This match was already without suspense. However, after the dust cleared, when everyone saw the 8 spider legs on Tang San's back, they couldn't help but show puzzled expressions. Wasn't it said that Tang San's first spirit was blue-silver grass and his second spirit was the clear sky hammer? How did a spider suddenly appear? Clearly, most people did not recognize that this was an external spirit bone. But while these people didn't recognize it, it didn't mean that the few people on the VIP platform couldn't recognize it. An external spirit bone. Ning Fengjai exclaimed directly, and the other 3 also showed surprise, especially Gu Rong, who immediately released his mental force to investigate. When he found that Tang San's external spirit bone had already fused with his body, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. What a good external spirit bone. If it could be dug out and given to Rongrong, that would be great. He transmitted a message to Ning Fengjai. Fengjai, I've just investigated. This kid's external spirit bone has completely fused. Ning Fengjai nodded indifferently. He didn't care whether Tang San's external spirit bone had fused or not. Even if it hadn't, he wouldn't care. What he truly cared about was that he felt he had underestimated Tang San's value. He originally thought that Tang San, having been ruined by Yu Xiaogang into this ghostly state, was no longer as valuable as Ning Chuan. Now it seemed he was wrong. With the enhancement of an external spirit bone, plus his own twin spirits, there was still a possibility of surpassing Ning Chuan. At the same time, he was also very glad that he had invested in Tang San early on. He didn't break ties after that Oscar. Kid revealed his sinister intentions toward his daughter. Otherwise, he would have completely lost the possibility of winning over Tang San. Now he had invested in both Tang San and Ning Chuan. Thinking of this, Ning Fengjai, who felt he had made 2 investments with rich returns, couldn't help but show an excited smile on his face. In comparison, Sarah's face was much gloomier. Chapter 169. Red eyes and panting. Never mind Ning Chuan. The young master already has a recruitment plan in place. Not only does Tang San possess twin spirits, but he also has an external spirit bone. No wonder that Your Majesty, the Pope dispatched elders Yu Guan and Gui Mei to ambush him outside Heaven Dew City.
Damn it.
So strong. Tang San's face was filled with shock. Not only his speed, but his attack power was also vastly different. He had indeed hidden his true strength. However, the real battle has only just begun. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his second spirit ring lit up. The clear sky hammer was covered with a layer of gray light. Immediately, he used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and swung the clear sky hammer towards Ning Chuan. Under the amplification of the 8 spider lances, his speed had a qualitative improvement, directly causing his purple-tinged eyes to pull out 2 light snakes in the air. To Tang San's surprise, Ning Chuan did not dodge. Instead, his second spirit ring lit up, forming a sword shield with faint golden electric arcs, and he stood still. However, this was exactly what Tang San wanted. With the clear sky hammer, the #1 tool spirit in the world, plus the second spirit ability, Demon Bear Hammer, which had a stronger armor-piercing effect than his first spirit ability, Adamantine Pestle, he was confident he could break Ning Chuan's defense. Crack, the clear sky hammer, covered in golden light, accurately struck Ning Chuan's sword shield. Tang San once again showed a look of astonishment. The Demon Bear Hammer's armor penetration had failed. How was this possible? If that's the case, then what about this move? Clear Sky Hammer, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Tang San didn't know it was because his Clear Sky Hammer had absorbed the great strength Demon Bear Spirit Ring. After all, the devil in Demon Bear Hammer wasn't there for nothing. While it granted the Clear Sky Hammer powerful attacks, it also destined it to be countered by evil-warding divine lightning. So he began his most proficient pile driving. He swung the Clear Sky Hammer, intending to unleash damage. Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to let his head be hammered. He was merely testing the amplification of Tang San's external spirit bone. 40%. This was the conclusion Ning Chuan had just reached. Then, as Tang San swung his first hammer, Ning Chuan performed a backflip, dodging Tang San's series of stationary attacks. When Tang San unleashed the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique, he couldn't move, so he could only watch Ning Chuan leave. At this moment, Ning Chuan moved again. He began to circle Tang San, continuously swinging his sword and emitting sword manifestation, forcing Tang San to continue using the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. This time, Tang San finally grew anxious. He almost roared, "Ning Chuan, do you only know how to dodge?" Because his Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique could only be swung a maximum of 36 times. He had originally thought of relying on this move to defeat Ning Chuan, but he never expected that the opponent wouldn't engage him directly. Like a nemesis to the Clear Sky Hammer, Ning Chuan continuously unleashed incredibly powerful sword manifestation from a distance, leaving him struggling to parry. Finally, he could only resort to that extremely clumsy taunt. "If you have the guts, fight me head-on and decide who is the true #1 tool spirit in the world." All right. Ning Chuan appeared in front of Tang San, his first spirit ring lit up, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a sword manifestation tens of meters long, slashing towards Tang San. Tang San was overjoyed, and at this moment, he had already swung his 35th hammer. As the 36th hammer was swung, Tang San felt certain he had won. Who knew that Ning Chuan's attack wasn't aimed at his hammer head at all, but at the platform beneath his feet. The 36th hammer swung through empty air, and a giant sword manifestation tens of meters long swept horizontally beneath his feet, causing a violent explosion on the arena. It directly sent Tang San, whose feet were embedded in the platform from using the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique, flying along with his entire body. The Clear Sky Hammer in his hand nearly flew out. "He can do that." Everyone watching revealed surprised expressions, especially Feng Xiaoshan. For a moment, he seemed to understand why Ning Chuan had said the clear sky hammer lowered one's intelligence. Thinking back carefully, when he used Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes against Tang San earlier, it seemed every slash was aimed at the opponent's hammerhead, including the previous battles as well. If he had also attacked the ground beneath Tang San's feet, like Ning Chuan, wouldn't he have already defeated Tang San? The more Feng Xiaoshan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. At the same time, Tang San, in midair, lost his leverage and was unable to unleash the clear sky hammer's full power. Ning Chuan leaped up, came before him, and swung dozens, even hundreds, of swords in quick succession. In haste, Tang San could only raise the clear sky hammer to protect himself, while simultaneously controlling the 8 spider lances to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a series of metallic clashes, Tang San's 8 spider lances were severed inch by inch. Finally, Ning Chuan kicked Tang San into the ground. When the outcome is contrary to expectations, most people are often unable to accept it. Tang San was even more so among them. Thinking back to earlier, when he had confidently told the Shrek people that he would challenge Ning Chuan one-on-one, that he would bring victory to Shrek, that he would wash away Shrek's disgrace. Tang San's eyes turned red, and he panted like an ox. Most importantly, before going on stage, he had already promised Xiao Wu that he would definitely win. Now he had been utterly defeated, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. Ning Chuan didn't say anything to discourage the opponent. He just looked at the referee. To him, it was as if all of this was supposed to happen, as if he had anticipated it all along. Of course, the most important thing was that this attitude caused him more pain than saying discouraging words to Tang San. And the referee was also very perceptive. Ever since Tang San had splattered a large mess on his face during the preliminary round, he had held a grudge against Tang San. Seeing the opponent beaten so miserably, an unkind smile immediately appeared on his face. Holding the megaphone, he announced loudly, "It seems contestant Tang San is no longer able to continue, and the #1 tool spirit in the world is about to change hands. Therefore, I now declare." "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose." Just then, Tang San climbed back up from the ground. He threw the clear sky hammer towards Ning Chuan using hidden weapons techniques. Then, with a carp flip, he rolled to the broken 8 spider lances fragments, intending to use the Batwing reincarnation, a hidden weapons technique ranked among the top 10 in the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, to throw them at Ning Chuan. While rolling, he also took the opportunity to apply his self-prepared potent poison to his glowing white hands. This was Tang San's ultimate trump card against Ning Chuan. According to his method, this move could not only defeat Ning Chuan but also, under the pretext of detoxifying Ning Chuan, use the 8 spider lances to absorb Ning Chuan's vitality, thereby making him seriously ill, significantly slowing down his cultivation speed and reducing his talent. However, man proposes, God disposes. Ning Chuan also understood the mysterious Heaven Treasure record and had even cultivated mysterious Heaven skill to the 6th layer, allowing him to use more hidden weapons techniques than Tang San. He only needed to glance at Tang San's hidden weapons technique of throwing the clear sky hammer to know its trajectory. Then he simply shifted his body slightly to dodge it. He also swung a sword manifestation towards Tang San. Tang San was about to pick up the 8 spider lances fragments on the ground when he instinctively pulled his hand back. The next moment, the sword manifestation landed on the 8 spider lances fragments. A sword mark half a meter long and half a foot deep appeared on the ground. #175, the publicized hammer method AI model. Gemini 2.5 Flash Chapter 170, the publicly revealed hammer technique. Tang San was still unwilling to give up, wanting to pick up other 8 spider lances fragments. But no matter where he rolled, the sword Kai would follow him. Although everyone didn't know what Tang San wanted to pick up those fragments for, by this point, even a fool could see that Tang San had already lost, and lost very thoroughly. If Ning Chuan had wanted to kill him, his head would have already fallen, yet he was still struggling on the verge of death. He truly lost both the person and the momentum. Finally, Flender, the leader of the Shrek team, couldn't stand it any more and loudly declared, "Enough, Tang San, you've lost." "No, Dean, I haven't lost. As long as I pick up a spirit bone fragment, I'll win." While frantically dodging Ning Chuan's sword Kai and seizing opportunities to grab fragments, Tang San didn't forget to roar at Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, do you dare to face my Batwing reincarnation, the 10th-ranked hidden weapons technique of the Tang sect?" Hearing this, the spectators seemed to ponder. Tang sect hidden weapons technique. Could it be the content from the mysterious Heaven Treasure record that Tang San stole? Just as everyone was anticipating the power of Tang San's mysterious Heaven Treasure record, Ning Chuan finally lost his patience. He swung his sword, accurately cutting across Tang San's chest from his left shoulder to his right ribs. Blood spurted out, and Tang San, like a kite with a broken string, was thrown back, then crashed into a pillar beneath the VIP seating area, sliding to the ground. PFFT, Tang San clutched his chest and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, but his gaze towards Ning Chuan was full of mockery. "Ning Chuan, you really don't dare to face my Batwing reincarnation. It was the same when you faced my clear sky hammer. You simply don't dare to fight me head-on." In his opinion, Ning Chuan must have been afraid of their Tang sect ultimate techniques, which was why he repeatedly interrupted his casting. He was afraid of the clear sky hammer, which was why he repeatedly avoided its sharp edge. The spectators also looked at Ning Chuan in surprise. Could Ning Chuan really not dare to face him? Was he really afraid of the clear sky hammer? But Ning Chuan's next words instantly made everyone present feel as if they had just woken up from a dream. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Please, a competition is like a battlefield. We are in a match, not a friendly spar. On a battlefield where life and death are decided, if you can directly kill your opponent, would you still hold back and wait for them to unleash unknown moves that could potentially threaten your life? No wonder you were caught off guard by Kanghui Academy's 7-in-1 fusion technique earlier. Their casting speed wasn't fast. With your strength, you clearly could have interrupted them before they cast it. As for what you said about fighting the clear sky hammer head-on, that's even more ridiculous. What do you mean by fighting head-on? Do you mean you have to be like Feng Zai Ocean, not using your aerial advantage and constantly ramming your head into your clear sky hammer? Is that what you call fighting you head-on? Or are you saying that if I don't follow your combat habits, don't give you a chance to use those so-called Tang sect hidden weapons, and don't ram my head into your hammer, you won't know how to fight? Do you know that, when you jumped into the air to attack Feng Zai Ocean, he only needed to dodge your demon bear hammer and then attack you from behind, and you would have lost? When Ning Chuan mentioned Feng Zai Ocean, everyone present suddenly realized. Thinking back carefully, Tang San's speed was not fast when he wielded the cumbersome clear sky hammer, yet Feng Zai Ocean repeatedly used his attacks to clash with the clear sky hammer. If Feng Zai Ocean had followed Ning Chuan's method, he would have won long ago. Feng Zai Ocean himself flushed, his face full of shame. Until this moment, he finally confirmed that he had been dumbfounded by the clear sky hammer. Not only Feng Zai Ocean, but also Fire Wushwang and others who had been defeated by Tang San's clear sky hammer were the same. Tang San's strength being greater than theirs was one aspect, but more so, it was because their own attacks, unconsciously, were all directed at the clear sky hammer. In Ning Chuan's words, It was like ramming their own heads into Tang San's hammer.
You PFFT.
Tang San spat out another mouthful of blood. This was not from Ning Chuan's injury, but from anger. Although he was unwilling to admit it internally. But thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have always fought this way. Amidst his rage, a wave of lingering fear swept over Tang San. Fortunately, today was a competition. Otherwise, if it were outside and he encountered someone of the same type as Ning Chuan, he would probably have died long ago. So, who was to blame for him becoming like this? Yu Xiaogang, yes, it was him. He was the one who harmed him. If it weren't for his problematic teaching methods, he, as a Tang sect disciple in his previous life, would not have developed such a foolish fighting style. Yu Xiaogang, you have brought this upon yourself. At this moment, Tang San wanted to kill Yu Xiaogang even more. And at this moment, the referee could finally announce Ning Chuan's victory. He used his loudest voice to declare, Preliminary Round 28, Match 3, Ning Chuan wins. Congratulations to the new Royal Fight team for achieving first place in the Heaven-Du Empire preliminaries. The new Royal Fight team's advancement with an excellent first-place finish undoubtedly excited the audience. Of course, this was not only because the new Royal Fight team was the main team of Heaven-Du Royal Academy, representing the face of the Heaven-Du Empire. More so, it was because 99.99% of the audience had an extreme aversion to the Shrek, this despicable team, and to Tang San, this despicable person, the ugliest thing in the entire arena. Even with his twin spirit's halo, no one wanted to see him win. Amidst the audience's cheers, which were like welcoming a hero, Ning Chuan returned to the living area. Soul Saint Shaozin immediately brought him recovery candies. Thank you, Teacher Soul Saint Shaozin. Ning Chuan still respected Soul Saint Shaozin quite a bit. Moreover, he had now become a senior teacher at Heaven-Du Royal Academy, so calling him teacher was not inappropriate. Soul Saint Shaozin patted Ning Chuan's shoulder, then exchanged a few pleasantries with him before going to give candies to Tang San. Tang San was seriously injured, but with Ning Fengzhai's 7 treasures true body healing, there was no need to rush to give him candies. At this moment, all the preliminary matches in the Heaven-Du Empire division had concluded. According to the procedure, the awards ceremony began, presenting qualification certificates for the promotion rounds to the top 6 teams in the preliminaries. The ceremony was very simple. At the announcement of the Master of Ceremonies in the VIP section, the captains and vice-captains of the top 6 teams walked onto the VIP stage. Since Wind Spirit Academy and Shrek Academy had the same scores, but Tang San had defeated Fengzai Ocean, Shrek was 2nd, Wind Spirit Academy 3rd, Thunder Academy 4th, Tianui Academy 5th, and Blazing Academy 6th. As for the new Royal Fight team, the main team of Heaven-Du Royal Academy, they were naturally first. Therefore, at the awards ceremony, Ning Chuan as captain and Zhuking as vice-captain stood at the center. However, as the two walked onto the main stage, they immediately felt several hostile gazes. The most hostile among them were Tang San and Dai Mubai. One had just lost to Ning Chuan and been humiliated by him, while the other had his wife stolen, and the stolen wife was even holding the other man's hand as they went on stage to receive the award. They practically had murder in their hearts. And besides Dai Mubai and Tang San, there was Huo Wu. This girl had always been very unwilling to accept losing to someone with far less talent than herself. It was as if Ning Chuan had become her inner demon.